Roll call. You want to turn us on the air? Thank you.
Okay, Dolores
Hey, Todd.
Oakmont. Here. Christopher Eaglebear. Todd Bearshield. Augustine Cowboy Wright. He's here, right?
Yeah.
Stanley Woodknife Jr. Michelle Hall Hornbear. Royal Yellowhawk.
How?
Robert Rappingleaf. Charles DeBray Jr. William J. Marshall.
There.
Wayne Frederick.
Yeah.
Emily Boyd Calandra. Alvin Bearhill Sr.
Yeah.
Terry Wright Quake. Evelyn Wilcox. Here. Lila Kilsenstein. Michael Bolt Sr.
Oh.
William Kindle. Ben Black Bear III.
Oh, sorry.
Marion Little Thunder.
Sorry.
Last name Cowboy Wright.
Yeah.
Ben, it's on menu.
Sure. They get to be like auctioneers.
Okay, we have quorum.
Well, thank you.
Totes, do you want to do our invocation for us today?
Yeah.
You all, hope you all for blessing all of us with another day and for the meetings that are going on today, the two entities, that we all come together with one heart and one mind to serve the people in the best way that we can. And for all our families that have lost loved ones recently, prayers for the families, and most of all, prayers for the Oyate for the months ahead and the changes that we might be enduring. Unity for all, for the betterment of the people. Dr. Say.
Thank you. Rob, play some. Is there anyone that needs to request to be gone today? Willie, what time? 1? Wayne?
2, me.
Anyone else? Marion?
2:30.
Cowboy?
At noon.
At noon? High noon?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else? Is everyone else here for the day? Okay.
Plus one.
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, with that, can I have a, Chris?
Yeah, I gotta leave at 5. I have a meeting at 6.
Okay, we should be done by then, hopefully. Anyone else? If not, I need a motion to approve those that are requesting to be done. Totes, need a second. Wayne, question, Marion, all in favor? Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We'll start today. We already approved our agenda yesterday, so today we're going to start with SWA. Monica, are you going to be doing the presentation or who?
Not Carrie. Let's be unclear.
We affirm.
So should I just start reading the report?
Yeah.
I could just start
Wait,
reading
take
the
the-
report.
Yeah,
Okay.
you got this,
Let
Monica.
me get my glasses on. Okay, so good morning, council.
Good morning.
Okay, this report, and I'm just I'll probably bring them to pass them on. I don't know if they brought any, but this is for fiscal year 2025. Began January 1st, 2025. These are 24, but it progresses to October 2025. So the following report from the beginning of the year to the end of October. Following report includes summaries of each department that encompasses SWA Corporation. During the year, I looked at the operation of each department, budget, staffing, monitoring, the construction of units, rehabilitation of units, waiting on meth cleanup of units, occupancy, maintenance, warehouse, federal grants. I monitor OHDC's activities also. Have you got some copies for them, Terry?
We have copies. Yeah, everybody has it.
I don't know if you want me to continue reading.
Go ahead.
Throughout the year, the report on vacancies is similar to what I reported last year, which is the homes are being completed by CCD department, construction department, our contractors, and are being moved into by applicants that are being moved into by applicants our waiting list. There were just as many move-outs as there were in these units. As they are being completed, rather it is due to relinquishment or court order. This cycle has not lessened to the point where we are reasonably saying we are catching up. Again, I will reiterate that HUD formula dollars only allow SWA to sufficiently operate the current department and nothing extra of any new development projects. We have applied for and received a number of grants with the assistance of RST ARPA. We have been working on rehabilitation of our units. So the following is finance. So you want to do finance? SWA currently has 9 open grants. 1, Indian Housing Block Grant. That's their main source of funding used to be for maintenance, vacant units, repair for low rentals, operational costs to include overhead, professional services, housing management, model activities, or MOUs with the tribe. It's administration of all these projects, business activities of the corporation. 2025 IHDG received appropriations in the amount of $10,601,188 as of 10/31/25. $3,398,590 remain in our lot. Okay, the VA supportive service grant is applied every year, and we received $296,035 to subsidize veterans rent up to the fair market value, and has a balance of $283,979 remaining until the new renewal year for next year. Indian Housing Block Grant, ARPA, was awarded $5,130,997 June of 2021. Was used for equipment, vehicles, community cleanup project, insurances, audit, assisting the IDBG grant contracts to finish renovations of 10 units. 5 new houses were constructed. with a contract cost of $2,190. And then from this grant, the grant was $502,478 that's remaining to finish for the AE and 4 problematic areas with draining issues. And I believe those are with the 20 questions, yeah. Okay, and then Indian Community Block Grant Competitive was awarded $4,579,640 for a competitive grant application for building 10 to 12 new housing units. No money has been drawn on this grant until construction begins next year. And this grant, the deadline for this grant, we have up until 2030, I believe it is. We need to complete this grant for some new builds. Indian Community Block Grant, ARPA, was awarded $3,450,000. So the appliances were delivered and installed in 256 elderly disabled applicants. Funds were obligated to finish installed by a contractor of furnaces and water heaters. There's $1,244,388 is remaining and 10 additional unit contracts out for proposal. So that's what's out for furnaces. I think there's more in hot water heaters. And then Indian Community Block Grant renovation was awarded $1,500,000. This grant funded 12 vacant units, low rental repairs, as well as the youth internship program for the past 5 years. The funds also assisted inspections, meth remediation, contracting, and administration. $25,035 remains and will receive funding obligated from the IHPG ARPA and IHPG formula grant to finish a contract for renovation of 10 additional units. Indian Community Block Grant, imminent threat was awarded $750,000 for a competitive grant application for activities related to rehousing 5 families affected by tornado storms of 2025. No monies have been spent until proposals are reviewed to purchase modular or trailer homes, whichever is economically suitable and may need additional funds to address. Number 8, homebuyer assistance funds, U.S. Treasury, was received after approval of a grant plan for 2 rounds of assistance totaling $6,063,053. Half assistance homeowners with one-time assistance for one category of choice: mortgage delinquency assistance, mortgage payoff, utility or internet assistance, insurance lease or property tax assistance, basic emergency repairs. So the balance in that is $3,930,415. Home Improvement Program received 2025 grant of $535,636 to address an approved list of private homeowners with replacement or repairs per application. SWA is a recipient of this grant from the Rosebud Sioux tribe and has $443,846 remaining. Maintenance was a total of 6,261 work orders completed from January 25 to October 25. These include, but are not limited to, maintenance of occupied units, appliance, water heaters, furnace, plumbing, sewer, water, propane leaks, electrical doors, windows, carpentry, flooring, weatherization, pest control, etc. Heating and cooling services, beautification project, mowing and community, 26 roofs installed on occupied units. Tree removal around occupant units in communities, vehicles, heavy equipment, emergency and routine work orders. Construction, there were a total of 271 total units repaired for 770 work orders for vacant units for construction development for 2025 through October 2025. These include, but not limited to, electrical, plumbing, painting, appliances, concrete cabinets, water heaters, grounds, air conditioning, furnaces, roof and door windows. There were 175 low-rent vacant units repaired, 55 USDA repairs, and 41 tax credit repairs. Development contracting, 5 contractors completed, 33 units and 14 units currently in progress. This includes RST ARPA construction. Inspections. Total inspections for January 2025 and October 2025 are 462, with 99 of these for health and safety only. Human Resource Department, as of October 2025, we had a total of 131 employees, 90 permanent, 41 temporary. Warehouse, from January through October 2025, we had a turnover of 15 employees, current staff of 7. We also have a shortage of storing space that prevent bulk ordering. We are currently identifying surplus materials which will reduce inventory and hopefully free up some space. During this time frame, we purchased $902,503.79 in materials, with $783,507 going out on work orders. CCD, Chemical Cleanup Demolition Department. There is a total of 437 meth tests that were completed, 174 initial tests, including 10 non-SWA structures, 98 positive units, 28 negative units, 66 retests after cleaning, 21 cleaned and cleared. Non-SWA structures are 4 elderly nutrition buildings tested, with 3 being cleaned and cleared. 1 RST alcohol and drug treatment program on COVID trailer, 4 RST homeless shelters, with 3 being cleaned and cleared. 1 SFM trailer. All testing received confirmation tests from the lab analysis report. GIS Department environmental reviews, we completed 14. Currently working on 2 BIA HIT and 3 home ownership waiting lists. And then a data collection completed, 157 units. Sichongo Village, Mouse Camp, Copper Keys, and Winter. So in insurance, SWA has 4 claims advertised this year, and now construction in progress, and 10 in the scope of work phase. We're in 13 are total losses, 1 is wind damage, and 42 units. All settlements have been collected and 5 have been rebuilt since 2023. The insurance payments for all of the SWA property for fiscal year of 2025 is $1,322,966 and has increased for fiscal year 2026 to $1,511.39. $1,511,039. Procurement, this year SWA advertised 11 RFPs for professional service, grant writing, auditing, legal, IT, and insurance on construction units. Homeownership Assistance Fund, total application from January 2025 through October 2025. Mortgage and promissory notes on 11, taxes on 2, rehabilitation repairs on 16. Currently have 13 contractors for rehab and repair applicants. We are trying to finish as many roofs as we can before this cold weather hits, if it has not. We also hired an inspector specifically for the half, and I think we went through about 3 of them. Housing Information Department. Waiting list includes active 185 private home, active waiting list 120. Emergency housing repair assisted 44 families. 76 units completed and occupied. Occupancy department, total staff, occupancy 10 specialists with 2 vacancies, 1 data entry clerk. Security caretakers, 5 security and 5 caretakers. Total SWA managed units, 1,014, include low rents, 829, homeownership, 64, tax credit, 60, USDA, 80 units, copper keys, 8 units. This is a brief description of the SWA development or SWA departments for 131 employees with the assist with managing. I'd like to add that SWA's cash flow comes primarily from grants, and SWA would not be able to continue services and maintain current tribal housing grants because rental revenue is too high to sustain even paying insurance for the units and tenant occupied. Rental revenue 2024 for the units under IHBG formula grant was budgeted at $700,000 and only $611,000 was collected with an insurance bill of $1,322,966. We initiated the rental increase for our low rents based on the rising cost of operation.
Any questions? Tammy?
Good morning. I have a couple questions here, well, actually some concerns. There are homes where the living conditions are below livable standards, we're very well aware of that, with the mold and repairs, etc. And this has always, been my opinion is, and I don't understand why the tenants haven't got together and actually sued SBA yet for their lack of, I don't know what to call it, maintaining their homes basically. I feel that SWA over the years has failed the tenants for allowing them to live in those substandard homes all these years. And I don't see, and I have never heard of a corrective action plan on this, yet you guys want to increase the rent, which I'm okay with the rent increase, but how are you guys going to fix these homes that have been moldy and unrepaired, windows, doors, etc., holes in the walls, all of these years? The other one I have is grants. When you guys apply for your grants, has there ever been an increase in any of these grants that have been awarded?
Regular formula grant?
Yeah, regular.
Well, just the last 2 years,
Okay.
we've seen an increase. Everything else has always been dropping.
Okay, it's the reason for the small amount of increase, is it due to submitting those grants with like a copy and paste, the minor updates to it, like the change in numbers or whatever, or do you guys reword your answers to all those questions when you apply for those grants?
The formula dollars we get are based on the units we have.
Mhm.
service. So, that's figured out at HUD. Since the total overall HUD budget has never increased over the years, except for the last 2 years, on a temporary basis only. They, we they will not increase by the number of units we have, it will increase our dollar amount. If they do, someone else's, some other tribe is out. It's the way they have it figured.
Well, the reason why I'm asking is because Pine Ridge got a significant increase in their, but they had, new CEO and a new, how they, and different things like that. So that's why I'm just wondering if they could increase, based on their updates and whatever, then why can't Rosebud?
We have to do the formula, the deal every year to fill it out. How many that we have in service. So
And then the third question I have, because I was just curious, your last question is, you guys gave your employees a $200 bonus that was not approved by the board. You had them pay that back. Have you guys since awarded those employees $200 or no? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Emily and Totes.
Can you answer my question, Kathy? The corrective action plan on all these units that need repairs, that have mold. Does Archie's, program work with mold too, or?
Yeah, but, not really, because, he's got so many meth contaminated units to deal with, but maintenance is dealing with some of those. Hawkeye isn't up here. I think we've addressed about 12 or 14 of them so far,
You know, mold causes a lot of health issues, And I have people in my community that have been living in ugly mold houses for a very long time and have asthma, cancer, different things like that, that were more than likely caused by mold. But if we can see a corrective action plan, because in your guys' report, I don't see a corrective action plan for any of that stuff, but it does need to be addressed. We hear about it every year, it comes here every year. People call you guys almost daily, and yet there's no corrective action plan for how you guys are going to start addressing these homes that have molds and need other repairs, windows and doors and such.
Are you satisfied with that, Tammy? Or you want them to give you a plan? Emily, go ahead.
Good morning, good to see you, Gary. Just real quickly, I didn't see it in the packet, I might have missed it, sorry if I did, but of the 10, 14 total units, how many are vacant?
as of, end of October, I think it was 170,
117?
170.
170, okay, thank you.
Totes?
Good morning. You guys have your caretakers at the 20-plexes? When the weather's bad like this, are they on call to go shovel sidewalks and the entranceways to the apartments?
That should be in the regular duties, 8 to 5 in their shifts.
Just 8 to 5, nothing after? Okay, and then how often do you guys spray for bed bugs and cockroaches at the 20-plexes?
The tenant calls in, so we get a list from them, they call them for occupancy, and then that's when we get a hold of our customers.
We kind of had an outbreak of it out to Antelope there for a while with the bed bugs and the cockroaches.
Addressing that one.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Alvin?
I have a couple questions for you. It's the VA supportive housing grant for the VA, for the veterans. Now, I have received complaints, these veterans have home ownership they applied for through housing, through VA. And majority of them have land assignments. And what's happening is they're placed temporarily in these 20 plexes. And the peer approached me, and so I checked. And what they were told was they couldn't help them anymore because they were placed in a 20-plex as a permanent housing. Now that's wrong, you know. The VAs, the veterans, they can get their loans from the VA itself, pay for these houses. I don't think that's right, and it isn't right. You guys have to make an effort to make that right. I don't know who makes that decision, but better do it.
Anybody can,
Another thing is, this contract work that these people are doing, I don't know if it's the ARPA or through housing. Right north of where I live, 2 houses down, that house was started last year. And they're just not fixing it. It doesn't take 10 months to renovate a house. It's only, 3 weeks working it. You're paying, if you're doing that contract, it's all right, because they only get paid for what they do. But if you're paying them by the hour, that's milking the job. And this has happened all these years at housing. I've been saying this forever and ever. This needs to be straightened out. That's the construction part of this WA. They haven't done nothing. People on the job, talking on the phone, paying these guys $25 an hour to talk on the phone for 4 hours. That's where your money's going. You need to straighten this up. I hope you can do something before you retire. I know you're trying your best. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mike?
Gary, can you, a question was posed about mold and that being a problem. What are the challenges there?
well, it's mainly staff. We do, is Archie here?
Yeah.
Okay, Archie, we've sent him out on a couple of those. But, like I said, it's, we've got so many meth contaminated units that, his crews are busy with that. It's sure like over the years since we've been in here, since COVID started, we've always gave him additional workers to help address some of this contamination units and some mold, but we had to back off from the mold because we got just so many contaminated units, they take so long. We're putting a chemical cleaning station up now. It's under construction through Lake Creek Development. One of the longest parts of working on those units is cleaning that HVAC system, that ductwork. So that building's gonna speed things up quite a bit faster. And it won't take so long to clean up that HVAC system.
How's that going to work?
Huh?
How's that going to work?
It has built-in sprayers, two cleaning rooms in it, and drying rooms. Kind of goes through around the building like this, and
It's a portable unit then, is it? Or?
no, it's the old 5-stall garage we had down there by the old Orient.
Okay, so you remove the HVAC components from the unit and take them there then?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And we was using that old cabinet shop there, but it's just a lot more work without built-in sprayers and fans to dry them up and stuff like that.
You actually have to remove the ductwork and the delivery system, basically. Does that include the, the air conditioning, the hay coils and the furnace itself, or?
Those used to have to be replaced.
Okay. But primarily the ductwork is, yeah, you actually have to take that stuff out, take it over there, clean it, then reinstall it.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of work.
Willie?
Gary, on that meth rehab that you guys do, I know Archie has been doing that for years. I was just wondering, do you keep track to see how many you're doing and how many is it increasing, I guess is what I should say.
Well, it kind of leveled out here, probably, I would say right around 75% of the vacant units that we get are, that's why we was pushing for, re-evaluating the meth level testing. We're currently at 0.2.5. Anything above that's positive. If we go to 5 or 6, you know, in some cases, tribes done away with the meth program completely. Others have raised their levels up. And public housing don't need clean theirs. So, you know, this could be a cost savings to SWA and it'll be spend our money more in construction rather than going and cleaning up so many of these units. And the studies that were out there, you know, a couple of studies, we brought this down here one time, you know, and I hope it's something that keeps getting pursued. That we can put that level up some so we can better address the mold issues, more construction stuff with our staff.
Thank you, Gary.
Tammy?
So basically, all the mold that's been going on over the years has just been put on hold to address meth units. This is a question for Archie. Archie, can you tell us what type of work you do and how many units you have done, how many you have left, and what is your downtime between units, and what are your extra added duties to that? And then maybe explain why you guys have to take that work out. I mean, I understand why, but, you know, just for people listening and the rest of the council.
Good morning, I'm Mark Brown. I'm CCD Department Manager. First of all, thank you guys for allowing us to do anything down and explain what we do and the cost to it. Well, I've been with the SWA CCD Department since 2014. What we've developed since then is a way to address methamphetamine at a low cost and a fast pace. So right now within SWA, I don't have those figures in front of me. I apologize. I did. I must have forgotten, but we're about 76 houses right now positive for methamphetamine. And like we mentioned earlier, we have clean and cleared from this year, January to now, 21 units for methamphetamine. And what that entails is the initial testing after vacant. If it's occupied, we still address it for that level at that time. And once it becomes a positive level, we get the lab analysis back, and that's how we address that unit. Now you have mid-levels. You got anything from a 0.50 UG 100 centimeters squared to a 2.5 UG 100 centimeters squared. It's got to be cleaned up. That's what our policies entail. From 2.5 and above, SWA will take action on not only cleaning it up on the tenant if it's an occupied. If it's vacant, we can still clean it. Now, when we clean these units after we get the initial test, we go in, we'll prep when we do the trash removal, any property that's left behind. Take that, we bag it, that's bio waste. A lot of the times we're finding needles, we're finding meth paraphernalia, we're finding light bulbs, we're finding stuff that can actually injure the staff. So that's why we do biowaste. A lot of the people out there in our tenants are now starting to use needles. So we extract all that through biowaste, we bag it up, we transport that to Carter. Once we get done with that, and we have a prep stage. What that prep stage entails is get the unit ready for clean entirely. Once that's done, we'll start on the HVAC system. It's always been an issue with the HVAC systems because not only are they meth contaminated, but they have mice species, they got cockroaches, we've been finding like, of course, the mold, and we have like dead, animals in these things. It's weird what you find in these HVAC systems, but it's the truth. So not only is there any way not to address the HVAC without them taking it out, as far as I know, so we disassemble the entire thing. Right now, what we're doing is we're cleaning them at the site, which is very hard. If you can imagine 60 ducts within one small area trying to be cleaned and addressed, it's kind of tough. So that's why a few years ago I developed the meth cleaning station, which is the one that Gary just talked about. That station there has 3 pods. It's going to have a spray down solution, and a spray down solution, and then a dry down section. And you can store that, transport it back. It's a lot easier, faster to do it there, so we assure that not only the testing process gets done at the station, but we assure that it's all cleaned up, ready to go, and any parts that need to be replaced will be replaced, and we'll take it back to the site and install it. So that's basically what it entails. It is a lot of work. We can probably do meth remediation on a good day, depending on staff-wise and how things are going. We can get a meth remediation on HVAC and home within 7 days. And that also includes, if possible, on an 8th or 9th day, we can do a reinstall. The reinstall of HVAC, right now, it's taking us about a day and a half to take it apart. And it's taken about 2 days to clean it, and take about another day and a half, 2 days to reinstall it. So that's what it entails. A lot of the times, a lot of these units that, transitional homes that we've been finding a lot of mold, or not mold, but insulated ducts, which means back in the 80s, I think, Daryl, they put insulation inside the HVAC system, which is hazardous. It's basically blowing the fibers into the air. The tenants are breathing it. It's going through the HVAC system, causing a lot more issues within there. So when we disassemble it, we take apart HVAC and take out all the insulation. If it can be saved, we'll reinstall it. That's that process. The furnace-wise, we completely take it down. Most of the coils are being replaced if needed, but we usually just address everything that has to do with the furnace housing there. The fan's taken out, we clean that all up, test it. Anything we clean, we test it. So that's basically like what goes on there. A lot of these mold issues that we've been addressing, there's solutions on them. We haven't really been testing them for the mold, but we can. We have the capabilities of testing it. And the reason why testing would come in place is to understand what kind of mold we're dealing with. We're dealing with, there's 8 different types of molds out there, 2 of them being the most dangerous, and of course the black mold out there. So that's one thing that we can do. But the ones that we did clean, it's basically in the crawl spaces, kind of harder spot to clean up. Upstairs, just remove sheetrock and try to adjust the back of it. There's a lot you can do with that mold that's been sitting there for years. It's just gonna have to be taken out and replaced. And we have 7 permanent positions, and we have 3 temporary positions that I work with. 10.
Does that answer your questions, Tammy?
Yeah.
Next is Royal, Emily, and Ben.
Yep.
Royal?
Yeah, Gary, looking at this spreadsheet here. Now, Gary, looking at this, and then we look at the bedroom, and then we look at the family size. So, if we were to look at the 5-bedroom, and then I've seen one in here for $80,000. there's one in here for 80,000 and, so I look at the houses that, been out there for, Juanito Ota, how, in your mind, how would you say that these, units, the costing, I seen one, let's see. It's a 5-bedroom and it's probably a split level, I'm thinking. So, it's $250, I'm not sure what page this is. There's one for 80,992, September 1st, 2025. So we look at the cost of houses. Has anybody ever went out and did a assessment of houses? Because I know I'm sure a lot of tenants probably paid paying rent. They probably paid a paying rent and then probably paid that house 2-3 times over what the original cost of a house assessing that house. So for me, I look at the Oyate and I look at how there's we look at the treaty and then we look at our ancestors. They put us here to put us on reservations to pay SWA. What's your feelings on that? About when they decided the trees, they put us here on the res to pay SWA rent. Because those are a lot of things that get to me. Because one thing that comes to mind is poverty, unemployment, and then I look at these numbers, and then I spoke before about appealing that now is Nahud making that trip to DC and asking Congress to look at that policy and also the impact aid for schools, because those are trust responsibilities within our treaty. Treaty called I know that when our people if somebody if somebody dies while this body, there's a quality of life. Quality of life. They ask us. And I'm glad that I said it because now we are our women. They have a care in their hearts about the people, and they'll do their best to help. A lot of and but when it comes to government, but I see that if somebody there's a lot of stuff that gets to me. I seen people go out and serve papers just before Thanksgiving. Now, I know there was a young girl there, and Yeah, it's probably lower level, but, I asked myself, you know, Oyateki, somebody's on a thin thread, barely surviving. Woyatoganechu or, bills, they probably pay bills. They're probably at the verge of suicide. Suicidal. Ako, chin, ukyuksha, cha. Hey, that kind of got to me, so I said, why can't they do it on Monday? Why can't they do it, bloketuti? Well, there's things that, mithachiekta. I never really got political yokaki. I was whack walla. Walla, at my age, I come to this age in my life where I kind of want to be Wichasha, Watopika, Wawokie. So you kind of want to live in an area where you want to be at peace. But there's a lot of stuff. Hell, this body probably should be, we become social workers. Tuikash, social worker. Kantahan. Tuikash, Nosabham. Tuikash, Taku, Woki, Chin, Heche. We become social workers here. And, we should be going to that, health visits. Changing it at that level, government to government. Looking into those policies. What does it take? What does it mean, government to government? Because I know they have meetings, you sign up, they call it a consultation. But there should be something that we need to put together, like these numbers, things like this, or we should hire somebody to do social work for us. Because I came on a call where an elderly wanted a furnace, use job. So I got a number, I called, and someone picked up, and then I said, I need a furnace worked on. Oh, we only work on rental units. And I thought to myself, and I thought to myself, as we get older and we have those issues, and then it comes to hoarding or being territorial, it comes to, I went travel to Shakopee, different areas, and I said, Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, we're all the same people. Yeah, Dalanoji. But we want to feel like, oh, we're not Lakota, or hey, we're not Nakota. I went to Dakota Teepee Reserve. Hey, we're gonna wow, huh? Hey, you got to think, Oyate Ojila. One mind, one heart as a people. Take care of each other. We're gonna work to trouble so that issue with only rental units, even though we're in Oyate, some of that, and I never knew that happens like that. But I want to share that my thoughts with you, Gary, about the assessment of those homes, costs, and rental. And also the NASDA HUD. Has anything been done to send letters to them to ask for, or is anything have been done, Chairwoman?
To invite them here, yeah.
Ben, Emily. Oh, Gary, you're gonna answer him first?
I think we need to,
I can
we
answer
need
each
to,
question.
yeah, go ahead, but we need to explain
Okay.
how this.
So what he's talking about, the $80,000,
Yeah.
that's not the cost of the house.
Yeah.
That's the adjusted income of that family. So that's people that, say you have a bedroom size of, we were talking about 5, and there's 10 people living in there. And so their adjusted income after deductions is $105,343. That's their yearly income. So because their income is like that, then their rent will go from $250 to $500. And there's very few actually on this list that the rent is going to change for them. The ones that are zero rent are going to stay zero. The ones that have low income, like say you do the adjusted income on it and it's $43, they're going to pay $43. They're not going to pay $500. So that's what this chart is about. It's adjusted income. It's not the price of the house. And then you're talking about serving notices. Well, we have this thing where we have to take out notices of, we try mailing, and if they don't answer, then we hand deliver it to recertify for your rent every 2 years. And that's what the board said was 2 years. So you have to prove your income. You still meet those guidelines to get this, to use this funding, this Indian Block Grant funding, that you're still at the income level to be eligible to, you're low income enough to use that funding. That's why recertification is important. Now, according to HUD guidelines, and according to the top regs, if you don't recertify after 15 months, if you are 15 months overdue, you no longer have a lease. So, it's just like you're living there without a lease. So we're trying to get those people to recertify. Those notices were not eviction or pay up or nothing like that. They were just please recertify. And then the TARS, there's another report here, and this is TARS, that's tenants account receivable. Now there was a request that the money that each community, by community, how much they owe. So that's here. That's unpaid rent by community. So that's what this list is. So I hope that answers some of your questions about the charts here. So.
And on the front page of this big thick one is a breakdown of what's inside.
Yeah, if you look at the front page, you'll see the columns at the top there. I apologize, I didn't go to every other page to know, what column is what, but it's all on the top page of that first page.
Is that your answer, Brad? Yeah. Are you done?
So what is that, TAR? It says, I need 60,000 total, 60,993.
That's total tenant account owed. Yeah, tenant rent owed. Tenant accounts receivable. It's a delinquency.
I'll add you to it, Mike. Next is Emily.
Hello, it's me again. Permission to sit, Madam Chair. I just wanted to apologize first because this isn't, in my opinion, the most effective way to have a conversation that's meaningful. I really hope in the future, as a council, we might do a little bit better about asking for your report, and then we have time to review, and then maybe even give you some lists of questions to come prepared with, because I really feel if we had that opportunity beforehand, by the time you get here, it wouldn't feel like you're under a firing squad. It would feel more like a conversation. So first, I just wanted to apologize for that. I hope we can get a little bit better next time. But having said that, I just wanted to address a few things. So I will back up some of the previous conversations that did come through the board this year. I just wanted to touch on the meth stuff. Really does need some attention. We might even need to have another special meeting or something like that in relation to some of Gary's comments about the meth levels. And I don't want to go into too much detail on that, but I just want to say that that still is kind of a lingering conversation that we probably should address here and give some guidance to the board so they know exactly what we're talking about. Because in reality, there is no safe level of meth, right? We've already evicted and we've broke up families and all kinds of went through court because of our already standards of what our levels of meth are. So we really need to also be mindful of that situation when we're talking about moving forward if we are going to be adjusting those levels. Another thing I wanted to mention was if our cleanup crew can clean up or at least help be a part of the team to clean and mitigate the mold, I feel we maybe should put some investment or maybe put some more bodies in that, because the thing with mold is the longer we wait on it, the bigger the problem gets and the more destruction that's going to happen to the home. But the biggest issue is the long-term effects that mold has on your body and your health. And so having these conversations, we have all been made aware that mold is detrimental to our people and mold is an ongoing issue in our housing. And so we are then now more liable and responsible in cleaning that up. And the only way to do that is we have to identify it. And so that leads me to my next thing is the inspections. So I know in the report here, it said we did about 400 and some inspections, but I'm curious, out of those 400 and some inspections, how many actual units were inspected in that time period? Because I'm assuming this is a combination of inspections that you do like pre and post and, before you're going into construct, after you're going to construct. And it says only here 99 of them were for health and safety. So that tells me a big chunk of them is probably those either meth remediation ones or the construction ones. And those most likely are multiple inspections on the same unit. So I'm just wondering how many actual units were inspected last year or in this time frame.
That is the number. Yeah, that's the number of units that were inspected by the inspectors.
Okay, so there was probably more inspections done then than that?
Yeah, there's 99 health and safety. Those are inspections that the occupancy specialists do.
Okay, so none of those 400 were repeat inspections on the same unit?
No,
Okay.
so that would be like 500 units.
Okay, thank you for that. And so that leads me to my next question is something Royal said about the value, I think whenever he was confused in these numbers, one of the conversations that happened, I think, on the board is how do we ensure that our homes still have value to make sure that we can charge? And it becomes a little bit problematic because we are stuck under NAHASDA guidelines, but also being reminded that NAHASDA is basically like how we talk about 630-80 and self-determination? That's kind of what NAHASDA was supposed to set up, but it comes with or very limited funds, right? And it's not adequate funds. So in my opinion, we need to diversify our funding. And one way to do it is to offer some of these services that our tenants get for free at charge to others so that we are also having that service to all of our homes on the reservation. So that's something that I hope we can get a plan or develop or look into is how do we, not become, you don't want to make too much revenue on it because that wasn't the intention, but how do we have self-sustaining revenue generation within our program that could help support our program, but that also helps support our people? Because there are people that work or that are in home ownership that could use furnace repair or that could use some of these services that are offered to our tenants, but maybe they would pay for those services. So I just think there's ways that we can still be creative in addressing some of these shortfalls in our budget. Another thing that I think is important kind of along that same time is we really do, I think we've been surviving and making the best of what we can do for so long. I think now might be the plan to really reassess what our situation is, get a real idea of what our current need is. I think we don't even have that established yet, so it's hard for us to go to Washington or to go anywhere and advocate when we don't even have a true assessment that outlines what our true and actual need is for housing on the reservation. So I really feel like this is the time to dream big. This is the time to establish what that plan is going to look like. And then we might have to apply for waivers or we might have to apply for certain things, but I really feel if we could establish what that looks like, what our needs are, what our wants are, and what our standards are here for Rosebud, it'd be that much more, likely to be successful to get funded or to get more funding like that. Thank you. I'm done.
Ben.
Okay, thank you. Again, thank you for coming. Thank you, Council. Good morning. With SWA, I always have some concerns, I guess, when we go back to repairing houses or maybe even inspections. I always wonder why we haven't, with the rental units, to be able to go back, because again, I see a house like a car. If that car's eventually going to break down, no matter what, even if you get a brand new one, it's going to break down tires, alternator. And the situation with the house is the same thing too. Walls, windows, things to that effect. So I always wanted to see if housing had a actual list of possible houses that would need to be inspected to determine, again, we do say wear and tear. The other thing too is abuse, and it also diminishes the houses. So, again, a lot of our tenants now do not want to pay because some of their houses are not fixed. And that's always going to be always, no matter what, every year, and when we come to housing, either annually or, sometime within, like right now, the winter months right now, that's when we really need to make sure our houses are I guess, sturdy and safe enough for them to be in there, warm enough, all these types of things, not only for our elders, but for our children, and of course, just for regular living. So I've always was curious to see if that is where it is. You can give us all the information as far as like all the data, all the, rent that is being put in there. But when you go back to actually look at the house, what kind of product you have, do we even know these houses need this stuff? Because again, right now with furnaces, right now to this day, I know this, where you call the housing and you ask for a furnace because there's furnace issues. Well, we got to wait for a furnace. It's like 5 houses backed up. And it depends on how seriously those furnaces are. So, we're always looking for, again, repair people. Those are some of our factors that come into play. So we do try to alleviate some of that, stress from housing. I know the president had told us this morning, she brought in a furnace repair person also. So again, most of that load is going to be put off on the president's office. Yeah, so it depends on where these repairs are needed, whether it's a rental unit, whether it's a home ownership unit, or wherever. I know we have some of the units over in Winter area too. So I'm thinking, if we know how bad of a shape these furnaces in, or maybe even these houses are in, we can actually determine that these are what the repairs that are needed. Because again, this past summer, we had a lot of storms, pretty bad storms, windstorms, even a couple of tornadoes, I think it was, hailstorms. So they did a lot of damage to some of the houses. I don't know if some of those were repaired, because again, too, as much as we want that our houses are repaired, they don't get the full, them to be fully repaired like they should be before the winter months. So I don't know if there's any education that goes back to these communities or even these rental units to say, we're looking at your windows to make sure that they're repaired. Is there a crack in there? Is there anything like that? The reason why I say that is because you have occupancy specialists, we can say that right, that should be out there to maybe look at these houses to determine whether or not they're not safe, they're not warm. I know you give winter weatherization type supplies for these houses, but again, who's going to put those up? You kind of rely on the tenant to do this stuff, but sometimes elders and people who don't understand how to pick up. So it's kind of difficult because again, we look at a lot of these rental units as probably resources for funding. Just recently, you guys came to try to get the rent up, and so I'm always thinking about this too. And I know it was on the application itself there too, which was the head of household. When you applied back in the 80s, 90s, in the 2000s, the head of household is the one that does the actual. They go off the income of the head of household. Now I know it was put in, and no matter what, anybody that's living in a house still has to, provide their income. And it's really kind of tough because we say, well, we just said the head of household, and that's it. But if we want to get greedy and get more people that are in the house to get more funding from them because they are working, I guess that's where it's at. I just kind of feel that, it's a little tough. If somebody's working, you got kids that are growing up to be adults in the same house, they're going to start getting, a job to make sure that they can, help themselves out, but they're still living in the same house. Well, then their income becomes their rental part of it too. So it's going to be even more for them to, get more money from them, I suppose. So it's a little difficult because again, too, that you say we're going to stay in a house because there's no housing here on the reservation. We can't get into another rental unit because there's it's overpopulated, or maybe some of the houses are, boarded up of some sort. So there's a little big need for our housing stuff. So try to get more, funding to either get more houses or maybe to renovate some of the houses that are, boarded up. But to me, I guess what I'm getting at is, when housing comes in to try to do more, it is good. It's a good opportunity because we need more funding, especially right now. But with on the reservation, that's what I always say too. I guess we forget where we're from. We're on the reservation, and you're in a impoverished area. We do have some families that are capable of I guess, paying rent. Some families that are not. Some families that are probably just barely making it by, paying electricity, propane. We do have a lot of tribal programs that are alleviating some of their responsibility as far as like paying bills. They, pay their propane even with the elders. I was kind of shocked that I think in my community there was probably like maybe 5 to 10 households that had their electricity paid. This was way back every month, which I was kind of thinking, gee, that's pretty interesting. So they don't have to worry about that every month. And they said, yeah. I said, why is that though? Why would we have to do that? So they ended up relying on that service until that service was no longer. So it's really difficult because they say, well, I freed up some money now. We can go and pay off my housing debt again or something to that effect. But these are just things, I guess, that come into play when we talk about housing and low rent units and also home ownership. We want our tribal members to be able, I guess, to be responsible enough to start living getting in their own houses or even getting a home ownership house or even a lease, a home ownership lease. So a lot of these numbers is great, but I think my thoughts on this is that to go back to find out what we can do to help, because I know there's a big issue right now with meth. I mean, that's our biggest thing right now. What can we do to help as far as like the meth houses, what we can do to try to get them to be more proficient about cleaning them up right away. I mean, when I was sitting on the board before, they said, well, meth, if it's a meth house, we can't touch it in 10 years. I said, gee, 10 years? I said, you're going to have it boarded up for 10 years? Yeah, we can't touch it. I said, why is that? No, I'm sure you can. It's a house. It's in there. You have to renovate it or something. Well, it's in there. It's in there no matter what. I said, so you're just going to have to demolish the whole house before we can do another one? So these are things, again, that we were still, I guess, not understanding how we can help that unit or even our own people to try to renovate these houses to make them better and stuff. So I'm sure right now with technology, we can probably do a lot better, not only with the units being, I guess, contaminated, whether it's meth, whether, abuse, things that affect. It's really tough. So to me, I guess right now with the report that you guys are bringing in, it's difficult. And again, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't speak up, because I have to make sure that speaking up for our tribal members and the community to determine whether or not we're going to increase the rent from housing. Now, I know HUD, all these different organizations that are funding us, they have their guidelines. And I always say this too, even with any other organization out there, we are our own tribe. And why are we abiding by somebody else's guidelines when we should have our own guidelines? So those are just my concerns about, because I know it always goes back to, well, it's in the funding issue. We have to do it. The funding says we have to do this, Really? But we're a tribe. Why do we have to listen to somebody else again? So these are just my concerns about how we are going to go forward and I guess helping our tribal members to in a house in our communities, to help them to, I guess, sustain a house, to help them live in a house, to help it keep it there. Because again, you go back to the car again, the tires are going to go flat, the alternator is going to give out, the battery is going to die. Well, in the house, it's the same thing there too. The roof, the siding, the windows, things to that effect. So I always think that housing, and again, it's the assumption part of it. And I always say that we shouldn't assume things because again, it's got to be factual stuff. But to be able to go out there as the inspections occur to find out what's wrong with these houses. So some of these reports, I do believe I would like to see in the past, like this past year, because we're in December right now, so maybe January or February, of what a house looked like and what it looks like now. Because again, the weather and now winter, so we got to make sure they're safe. So that's what I like to see in some of these reports about these houses, whether their windows are okay, whether the roof is okay, all the stuff that needs to be, I guess, in a house to make sure it's safe, it's capable to live in for the winter months, and then of course prepare for the summer months. So that's just what my take on, I guess, these reports. I mean, you can bring us a lot of the financial part of it again too, and we should know that as representatives already from our communities. I know quite a bit in my community, a lot of the houses that are having problems even to this day, and it's really hard because again, it's a big fluctuation. And I know you did say you guys are doing like maybe 90 some houses, and I don't know how many houses you guys have in your stock, but again, that's over 44,000 tribal members. And it's only a fraction, like I mentioned yesterday in the reports too. It's only a fraction, not even a fraction. It's not even a percent of what you guys are doing to help our communities and the people, because there's so many of it. Like the example of IHS, they bring in 10 people for dental a day. Again, 44,000 tribal members, and that's only 10 people a day. That's not helping out. Somebody's got to be on the back burner here. So these are just some of the things I guess I'm concerned about, and to help it, that's what we're here to do. I guess to try to help you guys to just improve it. You guys are a housing unit, so our housing authority, so we want to make sure that we support you, but at the same time too, do what we can to get what you guys need, and at the same time too, I guess, enforce what needs to be to help our tenants. Because again, right now, meth and a lot of stuff are coming up. So, by taking so long to thank you.
Totes and then Mike.
This is tough because you guys have so many units. And out of those units, 400 and some have been inspected. Somehow, we've invited HUD down here. They've never came. But the guidelines and policies have to change somewhere, somehow. Because our people should be able to own these homes that have been living in them for over 20 years. Because we can walk into some of these homes right now and they don't even have tile on their floor. They can take us into the bathroom and there's just mold everywhere if the fans don't work. So, we really have to find a solution to make things work, and our people need to want to work also, because you guys are understaffed also. So we need to try and find the balance here. Maybe we should have a big, collaborate with all our entities, SGU, all of them. And maybe we should have a big fair out to SGU, a parent in service, or a family in service, and work with our families. Some need to be taught how to do these things. We have our young ones that go in and fill applications out. We try and enable them. Nope, you can go in and do it yourself. And they come out discouraged in different areas, not just housing, but it's in other areas too. Because they don't understand and they don't know how to do the process. But we really do need to let those that have lived in them for a long time, we need to let them have those homes. Fix what needs to be fixed in them and turn them over to them. But we really do need to figure something out here, because this isn't working for the people. And thank you guys for your hard work too. Where you guys come down here, and I can feel it from you guys. That remember, we speak on behalf of the people. We have to. Thank you guys.
Mike and then Lila. Did you forget, Mike?
Thank you. No, I remember. If I could remain seated, thank you. Gary, back to the report. Could you talk a little bit about, let's see, which one is glasses on here? Item number 8, homeowners assistance fund from the Treasury Department, and what that program's all about.
That's a grant through the Treasury Department. It came out kind of late in COVID. And it's there for people who own their own homes and they live in it. It has to be their primary residence. So if they need some repairs, we had to put a program together and then submit it to them, and they accepted it before we could actually start using any money. So what we did, and our board accepted it, was we put up the 5 categories pertaining to it, and which is the mortgage assistance, the utility assistance, the rehab assistance, and the taxes. And this report that is in here today is just from January 1st until end October. So, that's the amount that was used during that time. But before then, when it first started out, there was quite a bit of usage, especially the mortgage assistance. It allowed up to $7,500 to help pay off part of your mortgage.
Could you elaborate on that?
Um,
In terms of clientele and that sort of thing?
$7,500, people who got behind, and it was intended for people who got behind in their mortgage payments during the
How
COVID.
many people took advantage of it?
Robin, he's the,
Hello, my name is Robert Bovee. I run the program. Cumulatively, we had 108 mortgages, and that was any enrolled member across the nation. And that helped people that were behind during the COVID time because they got sick or had COVID. So we helped them, or else we helped them with their mortgages they were behind. And that was $7,500. We had 108 of those, and then we had 40 promissory notes. Promissory notes are the ones that SWA uses in terms of it equals the mortgage. And then utilities, we had 23, which Gary left out, taxes 10, and rehab and repair 154. Currently, we've done about 50 rehab and repair, and we have 100 left to go. And the funds are still in the budget that is listed. So that's where we're at right now.
Did you intimate that these services are available to tribal members outside of the reservation?
Yeah. What happened was before I got there, they had
Is
a,
that all these services or
sorry,
Those ones that are
all of these
listed.
activities? then?
no, the ones off the reservation qualify for mortgages or taxes.
Property tax?
Yeah. But those are the only two off the reservation. On the reservation, utilities, rehab and repair, promissory notes.
Were you able to take advantage of, I'm assuming you have some home ownership delinquencies of your own. Did that, were you
Yeah,
able to use
that's
that
those
program
promissory
to help
notes.
out there?
Yeah, those are the promissory notes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we got that information, the ones that were behind and that were delinquent. I got those from housing, I got those from Rose. So we called them up and told them to take advantage of this program. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to deliver all the funds that we can before it ends.
Talk about the eligibility, since people are listening.
Yeah, for me, my other question, is it income, you have their income restrictions?
it's 150% of the area median income. So it's higher than what the normal standards are.
Can I add a little something? I think the only other restriction is you can't have gotten help through ARPA. So any of like the CARES funds or ARPA funds, if you got any of that help, then that's the only kind of other ineligibility besides the higher income.
Okay.
is that it, Mike?
Don, I want to get back to the problem of mold. One thing we haven't had a lot of discussion about is what causes mold. Obviously there's there are some main culprits.
Yeah, the main things in our units, the main thing in our units is the bathrooms. The fans are not working, a lot of tenants don't call it in, so the exhaust fans ain't working. So there's a moisture in the air, and so that main thing is our bathrooms. There's other houses that windows cause it too. Windows letting outside air in and creating mold too, moisture and mold.
Condensation, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot of them too is people who don't use their propane stove, they use a wood stove. When they
That
heat
would be one of my questions.
Yeah, it's a wood stove. When they block off their back rooms and just use a wood stove to heat up the kitchen and living room area, then you got moisture building up in those back rooms or downstairs, and it causes a lot of mold.
Again, that's because of warmer and cold air
Yeah.
interacting, right?
Yeah.
Are there, given mold it's a problem anywhere you go. Are there developments, improvements in materials that have helped out there?
Well,
Technology,
sheetrock,
that are mold resistant,
there's some sheetrock, that is supposedly helps it. It does not penetrate it.
do we use that?
Yeah, in our bathrooms, we use that. Oh, it's a lot more expensive, but we use that in our bathrooms.
Yeah, but it's probably cost effective,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
I think you might, I think most of the mold complaints that come to my office are out of the older units, because we do have a lot of people that come and ask for help. I have pictures recently of a bathroom that was completely mold covered. And it was for someone that had heart surgery and an elder, and we had to renovate her bathroom because of her surgery. Next is Lila and then Emily. Oh, you're done. Lila.
Hello, everybody. Good to see everybody. And thank you for all this information. I'm trying to understand the best I can with these parts. And I think you verified this already to us of what the increases are. Okay. So I was looking over this, and when do these increases start? When do they start?
The increases?
Yeah.
We were shooting for January 1st.
Okay.
And one of the things about the increases is that when it was mentioned before that, we should give the units to people that live in them for 20 years, but those, they're called FCAS units, they're the housing stock. So right now, currently, that's all we get is that money, and it's not very much. And that's what we use to maintain them. So if more people would pay their rent, you look at the TARs, just think all this money could go towards fixing houses. So, if they would at least pay, if they can't pay $100, if they would pay $50 a month, something to put in there, so that way there'd be some funds available. So, hey, I have a broken window, can you come and fix it right there? And then you look, and she's making payments on her rent, let's, make sure you get over there right away and, fix the window. And, if it's health and safety though, if there's an issue, like a broken window, a leak, there's so much mold, like they mentioned before, the ceiling is falling in or something. Those are called health and safety issues. So when the occupancy specialists go out there, they take pictures of that. They take pictures of it and bring it back, and we do a referral to maintenance with those pictures, that they fix those. And that is the emergency concern, it needs to be done right away. So, those people that have those, that type of issue, there's a lot of them that maintenance has gone in and, redone the whole bathroom, the whole floor and everything. And a big key to that is, and I had that Orlana from the PHS, she went out and did a moisture check in the house. And what she did, what she recommended to them was, if your fans don't work and you don't have a fan, she said, your house right now is like 80%, humidity. So she said, use a fan. Just get a big fan and dry your air out. It means your air is too wet. That's why you're getting the mildew, and then it turns into mold. And the trick is, if it's smooth, you see the spots, you can wipe that off. You don't have to use Clorox or nothing. You can just use Dawn dish soap. You can wipe that off. But if you let it go, then it's gonna turn black, and it's gonna turn, and so when I asked them one time, I said, when it's black like that, does that mean it's black mold? And I think Chuck Mack was working there then, and he said, you have to take a sample of it and send it off to a lab to determine if it really is black mold, because he said, actually, it's really rare, black mold. But of course, if you have asthma or anything, any mold spores, can aggravate it, because I have asthma. So, you try to keep your house dry as much as you can. Use your fans, and make sure all your bathroom fans work, And when we go and do health and safety checks, that's what I stress to them, to housing tenants, is use your fan when you cook, or you're making soup, you're making humidity in the air. If you're taking showers and baths and everything, make sure you dry your bathroom. If the fan don't work, use a fan. Get on the floor, open the door, dry out the air. So there's steps that they could do too, but like right now, we need to designate somebody to go work in the homes with people to help them understand that. But yeah, there's, and we just need money to get some of these things done, and yeah, there is, we do have to follow the guidelines, because to spend that money, we have to have a clean audit. And I think it's been 5 years now we've had clean audits, so you have to be able to, comply with the regs are, to be able to, keep your money coming, and to get other grants too, to maybe help. So.
Thank you, because, sitting here thinking about how we normalize now meth. That's meth, it first came and hit us hard, and we're suffering from it still. You guys are dealing with all those ramifications of the meth abuse. And, we're in a hard position, and you guys are too, because, how do we combat this? How do we combat this meth issue as a team? Your entity is in the umbrella of the tribe, and you guys are like up here because you're providing shelter to our people. And I remember sitting here back, it was 2016, 17, somewhere around there. Our people were all shook up because the meth testing was out there and it was done. We had this room packed because they had to evict people. And that was really sad. It was hard. And it hurt all of us sitting in these positions and working in these arenas to see that, this meth epidemic came, and it's still here. They don't want to leave. And the devastation that it's doing to our people, our families, and our homes. I don't understand why, we don't have money as a whole for entities such as yours, different entities. How maybe we have to get creative, find some grants, put some money into a pot, and hire these people to help our people, because we're the social workers here, like Royal said, but there has to be some kind of end results, because when the little family gets evicted, and I know it takes a lot to evict somebody. It has a process that happens to evict somebody, and by the time they get to eviction, then we get it. It comes here to us, and we're like, oh my gosh, now where are we gonna house this family? It's real unfortunate, but we didn't say nothing about homelessness right now. And it's in our faces. We see it every day. We see it everywhere. That's another issue. So we got a meth issue. We have homelessness. And we just have these social issues that are affecting what we have to do, what your entity has to do. And I asked Gary the last time he came about taking our, he don't want to hear this, he's like, oh, here it comes, taking our homeless shelters. And there's not, I think we need to kind of think about it. I'm gonna drop that in your arena here today of these homeless shelters. And that there would be a branch for our people, because you guys are the housing entity of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. The tribe has created these shelters, and we're really struggling, but we're hanging in it. We're doing the best we can with these homeless shelters. But what the issue is we gotta put money in this pot to find a way to get people, hey, you're gonna get evicted. You know, your house, say it was below 2.5, and they got a warning. Do they get a warning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So they get a warning. How many warnings
2, right,
after
Rose?
that?
Yeah, to get the, by that time, then if you work with them, depending on the level, we do a last chance agreement with them. And as long as they follow the regulations, you know, then, they can stay. So it's totally up to them.
And see, that's what's hard, because I know that you guys do that too. You work with these people and you work with our relatives to say, hey, get that, you know, don't do this, we're gonna work with you, keep your home. And, you know, now it's gonna be even harder because we have these increases in these rental properties. And, I'm sitting here thinking, oh, because what are we gonna do now? This is another mountain that we're gonna have to get through together as a part of us. And, you know, our tribe has been working on IHIP. There's gonna be houses there. There's all these different things that are coming now. But for me, I look at wellness. I look at wellness and I look at how all of us, I said that yesterday as well, we are all responsible to provide that opportunity to our people. Hey, if you're using meth, you're gonna go get an assessment, you're gonna do these things, or this house has to go back. You know, you guys are social workers too. You know, you have to do all that work as well. And I'm looking at creative ways of how we can get something going with you guys.
And really quick, we do have a pay for it program, and that is available to them. If somebody owes $10,000 in delinquency, then whatever their rent is for one full year, 12 months, they pay their rent every month for 12 months. Then after that year is over, the delinquency amount is still the same, it didn't raise any, then we can write a quarter of that off.
Yeah.
So $2,500 gets written off. So within 4 years, that 10,000 will go to zero.
Okay.
And I do have something to add to that because, not to get off too far off the subject of we're increasing rents. You have to look at the income some of these people are getting in our rental. There's a lot of people out on the street because they can't get in those rentals because now we have an increase of families that their rents are, they should be moving up and out and into something else so these people could come in. They work for the low income families. So you really have to watch that. And on top of that, even though you increase some of your rents, there's still the zero rent. If they don't have that income, that their rent will, for the low income, they will be in a area where it's not, okay, if you don't have $500, we don't expect you're gonna pay a $500, but it's all in income, so it keeps it like this. And that's what we have to look at. The thing is construction is not cheap. I mean, just for us to build those houses and then the education, they're even in construction isn't the quality it used to be.
Yeah.
So, you know, you're almost looking at a little small, moderate 3-bedroom home over 400 and something. You're almost looking at $500,000.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really, it's just, so and these guys, I must say, they do the best they can for all the damages that are out there. And you're probably right, the wellness of health, the wellness of health of people.
And that's there. That's where we're stuck.
Yeah.
We're stuck right there because you guys are getting, you know, all this coming at you
from Nahazda, Hood, you know, all of that. And it's not even enough time for us to catch up from this meth epidemic that hit us. And we have to get creative, and it doesn't have to do anything with HUD or them guys. We can sit down sometime with our leadership and you guys. And I want to know, right now, I know you guys, all this is, you know, really hard information to look at because you're facing the same thing that everyone else is. And it's here. So as a team and as, you know, leadership in these positions, we need to do that as a tribe, and we need to go at those guys. HUD, you know, we're doing all this and we're working with our leadership, and we need some more money to create these, maybe a little area there where, like, you can put these older ones who don't have nowhere to go, little one-room apartments, you know, some, because rent and looking at all this, this is a lot of money that's out there that has, you know, what's old, like my community. That's a lot of money. And how or what are you doing? How do you just continue? Do you take people to court when it's like that, or where does it stop?
We don't even take people to court over delinquencies anymore, over unpaid rent. As if we get another violation that's serious, like the meth, then we put the delinquency, the amount owed in there. So, you know, specifically for unpaid rent, we haven't done that in quite a while.
Good to know. So, you know, our people have to really understand what's coming in January. The increases, you know, we still have a lot of cleanup in these units. And okay, there was like 80 houses, I remember, that they were boarded up. And now, with it being maybe about 6-7 years now, are those the ones you guys are fixing?
Yeah.
And then some of them?
Yeah, some of them, few of them, and it's just in and out. People, when they go in and out, there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
And then it's damages.
Yeah. And those damages, you know, are really disheartening to see.
So
And
we're
then-
focusing on that.
Yeah.
It's a crisis.
Yeah, it is. And then construction, like you said, you know, my Lekshi, you know, over there, the money they have to spend to get, you know, something prepared.
Yeah.
But I get complaints about things, and one of them is there are people who do pay their rent. Comes out of their check, they don't have no issues. And then they put in a work order, but nothing happens. You know, or something's wrong, or they get damages, but then they're still not taken care of. So when you get a work order, how many days does it take for that work order to get done? What's your timeline there?
We right now, what we do is we tell our tenants to don't call maintenance yourself. Call occupancy, and we'll, you know, do an email. We'll document your request, and we'll even send a specialist out there to take pictures. So, and here's the picture of their complaint, and we'll send it over. And I say, if nobody shows up within the next 2 or 3 days, depending on the seriousness, contact us again. So then when they call us, we follow up. You know, this is our second request that we send out, but only if it goes through us can we track those like that.
Okay,
So they have to call,
they
have to call through us,
Okay.
us to do that.
One more question. Your Rose is probably aware of this, but transfers. You guys still do transfers from one unit to another?
We do transfers, and if there's nobody else on the waiting list, So, like say, if somebody wants us to transfer to a specific unit, but there's nothing wrong with their unit, and an administrative transfer is what we call those where there's an issue or a problem, a foundation, something's wrong with this house where it's unsafe or, the tenant, then inspector will go over and they'll make a recommendation to us. So then we say, okay, well, then we go administratively and we do, the paperwork for it. And then when a unit is designated, we have one, then they transfer to that unit. So that's how that happens. There's some kind of big issue with the house. But if there's nothing wrong with, if they say, my roof or whatever, and I want to, transfer, okay, so we'll send somebody out there to check the roof to see. And if there's no issues, then we really can't, because there's that waiting list to think of too. So we look at the waiting list for that area, and like say it's a 3-bedroom, and you have 3 people on the waiting list already, 3 families, then if this issue is there's no, they just want to transfer.
Yeah.
Well, then we have to go with who's on the waiting list, because they don't even have a home.
Some cases, it could be a court order of a family violence or anything that they are required to transfer.
So the transfer is not, doesn't take priority over any of that, right?
It depends, like I said, administrative. If it's a serious issue,
Okay.
then that becomes, a transfer that has to be done. And, but another thing that admin does, is look at that list and see if there is somebody on that list anyway. So it goes a lot easier. If there's somebody on that waiting list for that size of a house, then it's easier. Yeah.
I understand. Okay, thank you so much. But education to our tenants, I know it's really important, it's hard to get, if somebody's using drugs and they're on meth and, all of this, and that's, it's really tough because they're not gonna work with us. But like I said, we gotta come up with a plan as a tribe in our leadership to deal with this. With the wellness part of it. So we'll have to try to bring in the alcohol program, and that's just something for you to think about, Gary, later, where we can, talk about things like that. And I appreciate your guys' work. It's tough work, hard to say no, but, those are the regs. And, we need more money, but if we can pay on these, it will help housing. I don't know. You said you had how many occupancy specialists now?
We only have 8 right now, so we have two vacancies.
Okay.
And what I want to try to focus on is one of those positions to just be an educator to work with them.
That'll be good.
Tenants. Yeah.
That would really be good, so. Okay, thank you so much.
Lila,
Coates and Tammy. Oh, Gary, go ahead.
Lila, there is a grant out there available through HUD, a COC grant. It's Continuum of Care for the Homeless, that nobody's gone after,
Okay.
I don't know who's taking care of the shelters overall as for the tribe. I know it used to be Skyla. I don't know if she still is.
She's still taking care of them.
And yeah, we forward some information on to her, but, there's a grant available out there.
Okay, COC grant. All right, thanks, Gary.
Coates?
For the winter months, have you guys, cleaned those that have wood stoves? Have you guys gone out and cleaned the homes with the wood stoves? Their chimneys?
Work order. It'll go through rules office.
Okay, so those that are listening, if you haven't requested it, get it requested, so that way you'll get those chimneys cleaned. Wouldn't it be a priority though, just to go out and maintenance all of them to make sure they're all clean since they're housing houses?
It would be if they had enough people.
Okay.
What they're doing now is emergency signal.
Okay. And then for, Plexes and out to the village, are there generators ready to roll for winter time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Tammy and then Ellen.
I just have a few questions. Soldier Creek's total is $40,286.34. How many low rentals do we have there? Is it just 10? I know one is burnt down.
I think those amounts include the meth, right? If there's any meth.
It's the tenant account.
So I'm just wondering, does it include the damages, the tenant damages on that car?
How many units are there in Soldier Creek?
Yeah.
Just to kind of answer about that report, that is actually just our current tenants in there, so it doesn't have damages on there because they're not moved out. And those are just the occupied units. Now, the vacant units and the formers, that's way bigger than that. Yeah.
How many units did you say? 10?
Soldier Creek has 11,
With one burnt down, right?
11 total units.
11 total units. And then I got another question. Lila was talking about education and whatnot, where ones that are over income. We brought this up last time when we were talking about the rent increase, refer them to the Tonka Fund so they can work on buying their own home. That's something that they can do, become homeowners. Because I know there's some families that, when they talk about just a home, the head of household income is actually all income for the home. And there is some that have, 5, maybe 3, 4 adults living there with income. And that's, to me, I think that's, a little bit unfair to the ones that have zero income. And there's people out there that are homeless and waiting for a home. Then people should be referred to try to buy a home. Because if they have that much income, they cannot pay the mortgage. That's just something you guys can work on. I was going through your report because you guys are talking about how many vacancies you have and your employees and stuff up there. Under the warehouse, it says that you guys had a turnover of 15 employees. Is that just for one fiscal year? Why is the turnover so high for that one little department?
A lot of them don't know the job, aren't familiar with building materials, and it's kind of become, disgruntled, they don't know what they're doing or something, It takes a lot, kind of takes a former construction worker to know all the materials. So, and they're picking up people with no knowledge, I'm trying to teach them, but it don't always work out.
Okay. Well, those are the only questions that I had. Okay, thank you.
Alvin.
I've got a few questions. These questions are not directed at you. It's directed at housing manager, Dell. Now, I want to know do you know your job description? Could you stand up?
Do I know my job description? Yeah.
You know what? In that description, has a physical. Are you able to climb on a roof? You fix the roof yourself?
No.
I don't think you are.
That's why I've got some bills sitting there to tell.
And what's your area of responsibility?
My question. Take care of, manage right now about 80 people for the meetings and stuff.
You run maintenance too, don't you? And, warehouse?
Where? Maintenance and construction.
Do you run insurance? How about the HIP program?
The renovations.
all these programs have questions for them. Every time I ask them this, they don't know anything, they all, such as Daryl. Oh, even the occupancy. I thought maybe you ran all the programs.
Probably because I've been there the longest.
You also run inspections, don't you? You know, at the time, there was people sitting on for 3 weeks. And I went over, I questioned them. They said they contacted you to get the housing inspection. And I talked to the guy in charge, he said, can't do nothing because Dale didn't approve the inspector to come over here. Now that's wrong.
I only do call for an inspection in case something that, is real serious. Otherwise, they do their own regular inspection.
Yeah, there's no limits to that housing, but it's going on over there. That was taken out in, 2019. It was in there before. You know, a couple years on, it says quit because, you offered them, foreman's job, they didn't know anything, so he came to me, told me that. I'm quitting because I don't know anything, to get somebody else. I don't know why that exists over there, you should hire people that do the job. This has been going on forever.
A lot of these
I think,
jobs, 80% of them, I would figure 80% of them fire themselves by not coming to work, following policy.
Oh, questions I got for you. I got one more for Gary. I think you need a change the chain of command to make this housing run better. One man can't run this. It's proven for the last 17 years. Housing been going backwards. Tell you so, when Dan Schmidt, Sort, was in charge of it, none of this existed. Everything was getting done. But you need to change the chain of command. I'm aware of, the manager supervisor came to me, he said that, I'm the supervisor. But he was picking up trash along the road. That's not right either. These are disrespectful and all the things they had done to people. They changed the chain of command. Thank you.
Stan. And Ben.
Good morning, Gary. I just want to make a little bit work with Corner Creek. I see you got a couple of crews down there from time to time. We had a house that burned down, burn out, and set another one down. The crew that goes down there was something and puts on it. So today, I think there's a board up that's being worked on. I was talking to the guy that's doing a propane hookup today. So kind of good news for us in our area. But we've got 2 more board ups down there after that. But I just kind of wanted to talk about heating of these units for the winter times coming on. And I've always been an advocate for electric heat, like electric furnaces. If you're doing any renovation, I recommend hooking up electric furnace, because some of the families that live in homes, they rely on LEAP for lighting and heating, and some of them can only be awarded just one. Like they'll only buy propane, but they won't pay for a light, or vice versa. If you go with electric heat, then you don't have to buy propane. And then in the winter months, if you hook up a heat meter to these furnaces, you get a discount on your light bill. Makes things a little bit easier for homeowners. And hopefully you have your maintenance crew. I think last year you said that at your last time you guys came down, you were going to have some guys trained in training for furnace repairs.
Yeah, we had that training.
Because when the furnaces go down, if there's nobody there, then there's other sources of heat. But in my area, we use firewood, propane, whatever we get. That's how I put my 2 cents off there in that respect. All right, thank you, that's all I got.
Ben?
Hello, thank you, Gary. Again, too, we're just kind of curious. I mean, I know we're here to do what we can to help and support, like I mentioned before earlier. I know we've had quite a bit of, I mean, this is, I guess, it'll go on. We'll be here, I guess, every year, 5 years, 10 years from now, maybe talk about the same thing. But I mean, I know a lot of people, especially me, that's the reason why I volunteered to run for council, to get in on council, to try to help what I can in not only our government, but in programs. And the majority of us actually are, we're in houses that have been there for over 20 years. So we do have a lot of ideas of what's going on with our houses. We got to take on the responsibility ourselves. And I know since I sat on the board and actually got on here, I think a year ago, 2 years ago, we've always had that I guess request of like, why, if we don't have the bodies, you guys can't get the construction crews, then why can't the communities, bring up their own people to fix those houses? Now, I do understand now. I mean, there's a lot of, insurance issues. There's a lot of, how that's going to work, things like that, because they're working on a housing house, rental unit. So, my thoughts on this is that, if we're so against it, maybe we should probably go for it and see what we can do to help. Because again, a lot of the crews that work within our tribe are all tribal members. They're all from a community. And a lot of them are just looking for work. And I know they need to be certified, and it's really hard. It's kind of tough. It's like finding a backyard mechanic is what we say. A lot of them make their time doing that all the time, so they know pretty much understand what's happening. But, to have legitimate insurance issues, legitimate, claims, they have to be certified. They have to be qualified in order to do that type of stuff. So we're at a crossroads a lot about, we don't have enough manpower to fix these houses, whether it's a furnace, the roofing, the floors, anything. Right now, I do believe we have quite a few people who have knowledge, maybe, and I know the turnover ratio, it could be that, maybe they don't know, they don't understand, but if you have somebody there as a supervisor who's helping them, to actually get them understanding to say, this is what we need to do. And I know some people are a little hard-headed, they don't want to learn, but again, if this is not helping these programs to benefit the houses and make them a better house, then we're going to be at these crossroads no matter what. So I know we do have programs out there as far as like TechRo, other programs that do help to train tribal members in these programs. But, I guess with housing, it's really tough for me to, I guess always hear that all the time. We don't have enough people. We don't, and if they come here, then they're disgruntled. We don't want them in here because they're going to get mad. They're not going to do anything. It's still a service to our people. I mean, it's still a treaty right, as we said before earlier. It is still something that's going to be given to us no matter what from the federal government, the funding part of it. I'm still kind of, I know it was brought here to try to get the support to increase the rent. We were pretty much against it, only because it's kind of be difficult when you implement it, because again, people are not going to be able to afford some of this stuff, and it's going to help out a lot of these houses that are vandalized, a lot of these houses that are, again, getting, the wear and tear. So I guess for me, looking towards the future to try to find some way to help in a sense of getting more people, getting our own people. Because again, the lower we got, I think St. Francis who came yesterday with their report, they do have that CT up there that are helping kids to learn how to do, again, woodwork, things that affect. So we should be able to communicate and help them. I know everyday business today, but I don't know who in your area that can actually focus on something like that. Because I know you guys are busy. You guys are trying to get these houses renovated. You guys are trying to get these houses funded, all this type of stuff. But we need to find some kind of a way to, I guess, help, but at the same time deal with these situations that are occurring every day. Otherwise, we're going to be coming with the same situation at the beginning of the year, because again, next month is going to be January 2026. So, and at the end of this year here, 2025, you brought us, and I'm kind of concerned because there's a report here that's doubled. It's the same report, no matter what, it's the back end of each report here. So I'm kind of concerned that if that's just the numbers we have. Yesterday, we had a report from Redco and also St. Francis School, which was pretty detailed of everything that they did. I know you guys brought it before, but, you know, I guess as far as like occupancy specialists, how many guys you have there, what communities they have, you know, I mean, just things to that effect, only because, you know, we wanted to be able to at least address some of these issues. Because again, you just come and say, this is what we're doing for the year, and it was a great deal and stuff, you know, like, okay. We do have council reps that represent us on those boards, you know, that should be coming back here to report, you know, what's going on there too and stuff. And if we have concerns, report to them, and they report back to you guys. But I know the annual report, you know, you get bombarded with everything. So if we can get some kind of solution that we move forward, that's just my hope and dreams, that we can be able to move forward and help our tribal members get qualified to be able to sheet rock or even furnace. That's our biggest thing too. Furnace is, you know, so that's what I guess standing up for, to be able to help our tribal members and also our programs to benefit our tribal members, because that's what you guys are here for. I mean, you just did what I did too. You volunteered to be the director for SWA, you know, and the same thing with the people that are in these director positions. They volunteer to be in those positions and are getting paid a pretty good money to make these decisions. So for me, I do believe that we do need to make some kind of, progress as we move forward throughout the year. But again, you know, I guess finding some, because there's people that are listening. You know, there's some tenants that have been in their houses for over 20 years, you know, and they don't know. Just like with COVID, I think everything stopped at COVID. You guys couldn't go anywhere. You couldn't do anything. So was there previous houses that were fixed or supposed to be renovated at that time? Did they get addressed? You know, I mean, I'm sure they did, because here we are with, 7 years down the road here, I think. But I'm just kind of making sure that, you know, addressing a lot of these concerns, especially with weather-related type issues with houses, and then anything else, because we do get bombarded. Housing's supposed to do this. Housing's supposed to do that. So you're here, so we're gonna, you know, I don't mean to take you guys down as much as everybody else would like to, you know, chew you out and everything. It's just more of a, you know, a mutual understanding that, you know, we did swear to be here. We did swear to take on this responsibility. So we want to make sure that it gets addressed. So I have all the faith in you guys, because you guys know what you guys are doing, but just to give you a little bit of push is what I'm hoping to do here. So, but thank you very much for coming. Thank you guys for giving us a report. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Before I give the floor to Chris, I want to thank SWA for coming and giving this report. And I want to remind council that we're not here to pass judgment or question the fitness for duty of any of those employees that are sitting here representing SWA. That is the duty of the director of SWA. So I just want to put that out there, that we should need to have that respect for our colleagues and our other tribal members that are here to give reports to us today. Thank you. Chris?
Hello, everyone. Construction Melo, Champion Washington, I got a message, and I was gonna pass it along, and it had to do with snowstorms coming up, and kind of the idea of, have you guys sent out anything for your guys' tenants to start parking their cars off the main roads, so that when people house come in, they're not being stopped by the vehicles of the tenants, the houses that we.
I don't think we have done that.
Yeah, we do when we get complaints, like these guys will tell us, you know, we can't go through that house, or the school bus can't go through because they got some cars parked out of them.
Yeah.
So then we send somebody out there and let them know, you know, you have to move your cars if they can't clean the road.
Okay, yeah, that was kind of one of the concerns I got from another program, that whenever they do, 'cause especially with snow coming up now, it's going to be harder to do a lot of snow removal with vehicles in front of the yards, especially like in low rent area, or like in the areas that don't have, I guess, driveways. Yeah. So we're just curious when you guys are gonna tackle that, on your guys' timeline, when you guys are gonna tackle that part.
Well, we could send out notices, but, in those low rent areas, the ones that were built back in the 60s, that they don't have any driveways to where to park, you know, other than the street. A lot of them do park up on the yards. And they're so close together, there's no way you can even put in driveways, you know, in that places either. Those are probably the only areas in the four different communities.
Yeah, that was the area of concern. But, thank you.
Emily. It looked like it said Cindy. I don't have a Cindy here.
Emily. I was trying to break up my question. So the next step is regarding the complaints and issues regarding like bootlegging or drug use in the units. Is there anything going on regarding a relationship or communication with the PD? Or is there anything that we could send out to our tenants who may be listening right now on how they can ensure that they're doing the reporting right or doing whatever is required of the reporting? Because I think one of the hardest things that I'm finding out for the bootlegging and things like that is from a law enforcement perspective, you kind of have to catch people in the act. And so like complaints that I've been getting are from the tenants, our neighbors in these areas, and they say I complain or I send in a complaint or I call it in and nothing's being followed up. I've gotten reports that there may be some internal SWA, I don't know, seeing if the report is even, do we take it to the PD or just ignore it type thing? So I was just wondering if you could take a minute to kind of explain that process, what's that like, if there's anything that the tenants can do to help, keep their neighbors, the neighborhoods, I don't know, safe, I guess. So that's the first question I have, just what that process is like, what the report expectation is, or what that is, so we can ensure that tenants are doing that right. And then if there's any ongoing relationship or thing with the PD on how we can combat that, as a team. And then the second question that I have here is, what is the process for things like renovations or upgrades, particularly in our aging units and particularly for those that are current on rentals? Because I know people aren't paying rent, why should they get these types of things? But I do know there are some people who have paid rent or are current on their rent who still aren't accessing renovations or upgrades or things like that. So I'm just wondering if you could explain a little bit on what that process is like. Like, do you have an internal spreadsheet that tells you, hey, units X, Y, and Z are really aged out, their furnaces are old, or their stoves are from 1970 or whatever it is? Like, is there a process? What does that look like? Or are those types of things based on complaints only? And the reason why I'm asking it kind of like that is because something made me think earlier, somebody said something about we don't have enough staff for that. Like, I wish we could do that, but right now I'm only doing emergencies only. So we're not checking maintenance regularly. And I really feel, again, if we had proper staff where we could be proactive rather than reactive, we would save money and we would save our units because we would be going out there and we would be maintaining these furnaces or maintaining our chimneys or maintaining whatever needs to be maintained in an appropriate, timely manner. And that in turn would educate our tenants so they would know, hey, I didn't get my yearly furnace upgrade, or I didn't get my, biannual, whatever it is. So I'm just wondering, like, if you could explain a little bit on what that process is currently and then how maybe we can address some of those concerns. Thank you. Mike. Oh, can he answer? Sorry. There's two questions I asked. Thank you.
As far as bootlegging, we do get complaints in from tenants about usually neighbors, and occupancy usually forwards those on to PD to see if they've got any complaints. And they're pretty much telling us the same thing, what you just said is, we need some evidence, if they have cameras on their doors or something, they see it, they can verify it, and we can react,
So I understand that from the law enforcement side, but from a tenant policy, if you got a complaint or if you got a screenshot or a picture of what looks like potential drug, I don't know, whatever violation or something like that, what are we doing from SWA to act on those things, also in relationship to the law enforcement side?
I have received calls and I tell them, can you please put it in writing? And I said, then you can put my name on it and send it. So when I get those, then that's another thing we do in a health and safety check, is we'll send somebody out there to do a home visit. And I remember one that we got like 3 or 4 reports of bootlegging. So when we sent a specialist out there, we ended up doing a violation to them. And they said, how do you know? And I said, well, who told on me? I want to see the complaint. I want to see it. You give me a copy of it right now. And so we said, no, we can't tell you that, but just know that, people are reporting, and there must be something going on here. There's enough people, not just one. And then we referred them on to the police department for any kind of criminal action that they might do. but we usually don't hear back from them. But we did do, a couple violations on that one.
Thank you for addressing that part specifically, because I think that some of the thing about the complaint is like neighbors are willing to kind of do that, but it's getting to the point where they're fearful of their own safety, not only just what's going on, but also if they find out that they're the ones that are reporting that. So I thank you for addressing that and letting our public know that that is protected there. Thank you. And then the process on the renovations and everything.
As far as the renovations, we've got, like, let's say we got these boarded up units that we're concentrating on, We're trying to
Okay,
get those.
so we don't have an internal process for our ones that are paying rent, that are in good standing, that maybe haven't got an upgrade in the last 10, 15, 20 years?
Oh, those are maintenance issues. If they're maintenance issues, those are being addressed.
Okay, but so those only happen when a complaint comes in. We don't have a list that says, hey, unit XYZ is made in 1974 and has the same refrigerator and maybe we should do an upgrade. Like there's no policy or there's no database like that. That's okay. Thank you.
Mike, Totes, Michelle.
Yeah, real quick, if I could remain seated, at the risk of redundancy, Ben kind of touched on it when he spoke yesterday. St. Francis Indian School informed us that, they're in the early stages of career trade development, which is something that, we've needed for a long time because that eventually leads to enhancing our workforce capabilities. And given SGU is here, I want them to hear this, that we need to do more collaboratively, particularly when it comes to career trades development, plumbers, electricians, HVAC people, people who can fix furnaces, can understand modern technology when it comes to furnaces and whatnot, and able to deal with it. You all know we have a shortage of people who can repair a furnace, get it working and whatnot. So, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess would you agree, Gary?
Yeah, I knew they were starting some careers up over there. I just don't know, didn't know exactly what it was, but, we've tried, working with SBU too, but, they still need to come to our office when they're done, completed, and, put in their application. I know we didn't get a lot of those from SBU.
You and I both being a part of Congenial Development Corporation and the house building activities, we farm out, we contract out to outside entities. A lot of our electrical work, a lot of our HVAC work, don't we? And there it is right there, We don't have, our own people that are educated and capable enough to do that sort of thing. And we need to do better. We'll go a long ways towards fixing a lot of our problems. Takes people to fix problems.
Is that it, Mike?
Yep.
I have Totes, Michelle, Emily, and then we're going to take a few minutes break. If we're close to ending with SWA, we do have SGU scheduled after that. We'll extend if we're not done, and then they can start.
I'll just wait till the rest of the questions are asked. I was just gonna make a motion to approve the report if there were no more questions, but I'll wait till everybody's.
All right, thank you. Michelle, Emily.
Good morning, Gary. I just have a couple questions. I don't know if somebody already asked and I missed it, so I'm sorry if I did, but I'm wondering, if somebody has back rent, are they still able to get maintenance and repairs done on their home?
Any emergency stuff, health and safety stuff.
Okay, so like a bathroom floor that's
Yeah.
about to fall in.
Yeah.
I've been in a house this weekend and I've seen the floor like that and the water's leaking and they haven't, nobody's come out to fix it. The water just won't shut off. It's a SWA house.
We've been addressing a few of those flooring in bathrooms here lately. I think we're Up to around 10 of them now, 13 of them, 19.
Yeah, started there.
So with that being said, do you have a list of houses that are waiting for repairs that we can get? Because we see all the back rent and the money and stuff, but we're not seeing, repairs that are waiting.
Those types are kind of major repairs that are gonna take a couple days. And need all the material, we need it, most of we usually have on hand, but if it's something other than that, we try to get that and we schedule that in with them. Those major stuff like that.
Okay, can we get a list of all the houses that are waiting for repairs? And how long they've been waiting?
Yeah, we could probably put that together.
So what's the process for somebody that, if they have an issue with their water that won't shut off or their floor that's warping, what do they do? What do they do? What's the steps they have to take?
Well, usually we've sent somebody out there
See the water leak.
water leaks right away.
They call it in.
They call it in?
And make sure to call Rose, because Rose is the department's the only one that kind of tracks it. So if they call maintenance directly or somebody, it's hard to track.
Okay, well, that's been done and nothing's been done. So I'm just asking so it can be posted.
They should contact us again, and we always tell them that if nobody shows up, you know, in 2 or 3 days, contact us again and let us know nobody showed up, so we can send that same request again and say this is our second request, or our third request, you know, so. And at that point, I put Gary and Kim and all them on the emails, so.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if they're behind in back rent, they'll still get
Not for
repairs.
emergencies.
Not like that. And then also, I'll look forward to that spreadsheet or however you guys do it to show all these people that are waiting for such repairs. Also, a lot of these houses come with wood stoves. Is that something that SWA just provides, or how do they become eligible for a wood?
Yeah, they put in a request. Then we install it, but what we're running into is a lot of them set them outside during the summer. They say they get stolen or damaged or, so I think we're gonna have to change that policy and start charging them for those units that are gone, disappeared. So, because they never have been charged for them.
So in the past, we just replaced them when they were gone or damaged or? What should they cost?
And there's a list.
A waiting list or wood stove?
Yeah, there is, there's a list.
Can we see that?
He's got a list.
Daryl, I think Daryl keeps the list in the office.
Can we see a copy of the list? That's all.
Warehouse is currently out right now, but he's got another order in Monday.
And then, my last question is, when there's like multiple families living in a unit, so say like, I have a unit and my daughter is staying with me because she doesn't have anywhere else to live. It's a requirement of SWA that I add her name to the lease because she's 18. Behind on my rent, that makes her ineligible for a house.
The adults on that list.
Why does it disqualify them when it's a house that would be in my name?
Well, anybody listed on a household,
But they have to be listed on the household because they're adults. And then it disqualifies them from getting their own house because I'm behind in my rent.
I don't know, Rose.
Emily handles
Emily
that.
question.
Yeah, that's a housing information question. What they do is, if they come and they apply for a house, they research and see, you know, if they were ever in a unit and if there was any debt owed to SWA. But your debt doesn't fall all on her. Like say there was 4 adults in her, then she would only, you know, they would say, wow, you owe a portion of this debt. And then depending on how long it's been, they might even work out a settlement offer and then they would only pay 10% of that.
Okay, well, I'm aware of a family that was in that situation and the child was denied a house because the mother owed back rent. So it doesn't seem fair that the younger generation can't get ahead or can't get a chance because of the parent that failed their obligation. So I don't know where it says in your policies that that has to be done that way.
You can ask Emily. You're not Emily.
It's like, not me. There are. That's all these eyes. Hey.
I believe that's a question for you, Emily Goodshoe.
Emily Goodshoe, I work with the housing information, we handle the applications and the renewals for housing. And that is part of our screening when people apply for housing. And unfortunately, that is written in our policy. And our department, we follow that policy. And part of the research is that if their name, we have a database system, and it flags, if you enter somebody's name in there, they're applying for housing, they'll flag for every unit they are in. And then that's where we do our research with occupancy. So, and that will, we do more in-depth research, is that we'll look at the lease, while they can be listed, then we'll look at the lease, and then we'll see if they signed the lease or not. So,
But don't they have to sign the lease if you're requiring them to be on the list?
the household.
They don't always sign the lease. You don't, if you add somebody to your household, you don't sign a new lease, you don't.
Policy or SWA policy? Is that something that we can bring up at the board?
Can you guys look into that?
It's only talk if you're raising your hand.
Sorry, guys, I just was trying to help facilitate, you know.
If somebody gets denied, you can file a grievance.
How long do they have to file a grievance?
10 days after they've denied the
Are they
application.
made aware of that when they're
Yeah,
told
they're supposed to be told that. In the letter, you're supposed to get a letter that says, unfortunately, you're denied, and on the bottom, it says that you can, you know. you
It's
can
really
file for
discouraging for these young families when they want to get out from under their parents and they can't because their parents owe back rent. And they don't know that they have rights, they can step up and file a grievance. So I appreciate Emily for stepping up and saying that they'll work on some policy change for that, because a lot of families are being shut down and turned away because their parents owe back rent.
Well,
And
and
it's not
then
fair.
it also depends if they were a child, if they're not a child, their age when the family moved out and owes a debt, that person's age. So like if they're 15 or something, that can't be held against them. When they turn 18 and want to do an application, that can't be held against them.
Unless they're in their income also included in the unit. That's probably where more of
Yeah,
that
it puts them in a tough situation because we have a lack of housing around here, and a lot of people have to live with their parents until they can get on their feet and go their own way. I had to do it when I came home. I had to move in with my mom because I never qualified for a housing house. But I can't imagine making my way up that housing list and then being told, no, you can't move in because your mom owes back rent. So now that's your debt. And it's frustrating. So I look forward to those changes being made so we can better help our people.
Emily and Totes. Totes is gonna repeat the report.
So I only had one question, but after that discussion, I kind of have a couple extra. So before I go to my original question, and since we're already talking about it, if a child is 18 or turns 18 and they're still in school or they're still in the house or whatever, and then they have to be added to that lease, does that then consider them housed? So like if they started their own family, they wouldn't be eligible for a housing house?
Ask Emily, that's her question.
Again, that is in our, the admissions and occupancy policy, and we do have to follow it. And it's, it's a.
But it is in the policy and it
Yes,
says
it's
that.
a hard decision to make, but we have to do it. You have to inform it in writing.
So again, that's the thing about the board member is you're constantly like, we have to uphold policy, but you are also the policy maker. So I was just asking those questions because if our policy is no longer servicing and our people to the best that it should be, then I think we need to look at that policy. So I really appreciate Michelle for bringing up that. Okay, so where was my original? Oh, sorry, I guess I have two of them. The first one is, I forgot to ask earlier, was when we were talking about, the 500 or almost 500 annual inspections that were completed this last year. How many staff, how many inspectors did it take to complete that? Because if we have 1,000 units, that's like almost double, 500. So I'm just kind of assume if we had 3 people that inspected, or, just guessing, we would need 6 or something like that to accomplish full. And the reason why I'm asking is because at one of the previous meetings, we were given like this, really big, like 9 times the amount that was needed to be able to staff. But after hearing that, almost 500 inspections are completed with whatever staff is available, I don't think it's going to be that far of a reach. So how many inspectors did we have this year that completed those 500? 2. Great. So that's a lot better than 9 times the staff. So thank you. That's a lot more realistic.
Well, occupancy does some of that.
We do the health and safety.
Okay, so it's more than
The
2.
99, yeah.
So how many actually completed that 500?
Like I say, if we get a referral, somebody says,
How many staff? Like how many staff did it take to complete
our
that?
staff, we have 8, and they might not all do a health and safety. They might not ever get a request in their community, their area that they cover.
Okay, so of those 100, how many of your staff did it take to do that 100?
I think we only had about 3 of them working on that.
Okay, so that'd be 5. 2 did the 300 or 400,
because then
and then
they're not
3 of
only-
yours did 100. So that would still be 5. Okay, thank you. It just gives a lot better idea than needing, whatever that was almost 10 times the amount. And then one thing I just want to throw out there is, I appreciate Michelle for bringing it up also, is one of the biggest complaints that I often get is the tracking of it. Oh, I turned in a complaint, or I called, I have a complaint, they said I had to put it in writing. I put it in writing, I called, they lost it. I called and gave it again. Like, those are literally some of the most complaints that I get as a board member. And so I'm wondering, is there something that we can do either with SWA's IT people or maybe the tribe's IT people to have them do some research on what kind of databases are out there, what kind of software is out there? Because when you look at the tracking at SWA, often you'll find a paper report or a paper folder with handwritten type things in it. And I don't think that that's the best technology available to us right now to get accurate and appropriate tracking. So I just wanted to throw that out there, but maybe as an ask, is that something that your internal IT people would do, or is that something we maybe need to bring in the tribe's IT on? Thank you.
Michelle, that was really good that you brought that up. So for these young ones, file grievance, or not a grievance, but appeal it because you're gonna win it. Because some of these young ones were only 17 and they shouldn't have to get that bill. That's just like Madam Chair brought up the other day. We have all these kids who are 17, 18 and their credit's already ruined because of their parents putting their phone bills and their names and everything else. So, and we brought this up the other day, and then I'll make a motion to approve the report. Every program should have a good tracking system. You have to, because we get so many complaints, you guys, so many. Heck, that tracking system is going to be so good because the documentation will show the need, the time it was put in, and the follow through and what services were provided. That's for everybody. But I'll make a motion if there's no more to approve the report from House.
Motion by Todd, second by Marion, question by Mike. All in favor? Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
What?
Motion carried. Ro, could you do a meal prayer, and we're gonna feed
Thank
everyone
you
that's
guys
here,
for coming.
including SWA.
Thank you.
che che ya yo
Koye Zaniawa O Wachielo Hokashela O Mokia Holy topic na kala weti ne kyapo ele mikaki ikta yata na kokti ko kitcha choza ni hapik tolo na ta ogla koktolo chokha chojina chate ojila cha hekta kya weti na pjuta kilok tolo na ha kitcha cha zania upikta ham se hochi chapulo na ha le hochlo chim cheche oyate kanta cha hena kiksa pintolo hena ocha kyapo na ha wana wani to kune cha hekta kya wash la cha tolo mitaki o mazanik tolo mitaki ase toya
We'll take a 25-minute break. You can either get a sandwich or a salad, right? So help yourselves. SWA, you want to shake hands before? Thank you. Start their presentation. Take your last bite. Just kidding. Scott? Mr. Herman?
I just said stop.
Mr. Scott?
Change his name, so you go. Oh, wait, we're not.
It's still sort of like this.
Every time, if no one ever moved my stuff, there'd be a whole kitchen right here.
And those little warm fridges.
Yeah, just a little square one. I should get one. Just plug it in.
While they're passing papers out, I just want to give a shout out to one of our own tribal members, and he's a veteran too. His name is Fred Boo Leader Charge. And he also owns a business, and it's called Cut Meat Creek, and it's a mobile processing company that he has. So, you know, I just wanted to give him a shout out for that, because he started that all on his own. You know, maybe he can collaborate with our crew too, with Redco on that.
Yeah, he's been down, council, good afternoon, council administration. He's been down here trying to connect with the businesses like, Grupo and their Buffalo program. We've been trying to get someone with maybe the tribe and the SGU as part of the Buffalo processing fee. So, we'll come straight to your door and you'll process everything, and it's a really good thing that we have somebody interested in that. But we also talked to them about maybe taking on some, when we get started, we can take on some people that might be interested in kind of, that kind of stuff as part of processing needs and Buffalo and that kind of stuff to the university.
I think once the word gets out there, and then I gave his name to Bud and them also, so they can collaborate and work together. I just wanted to give a shout out to him. There's so many out there that are doing a lot of good things for our people.
Thank you. Okay, Scott, go ahead and start your report.
Okay, today we got called over here to do a report for our annual report, and according to our bylaws and in the charter, we're supposed to be here, annually. Sometimes we just submit it, and if you want us over in person, we come over in person. So today we're here in person. I guess a couple weeks ago that you were trying to get all the charter entities that are actually, supposed to be coming doing an annual report. So I seen, St. Francis was here yesterday, and so was Sichunguko. And I heard they give really good reports. They have a lot of good activities going on at the St. Francis Evening School, and they also have a lot of good things going on at Sichunguko. So, but today is our day, and I want to start off by talking about the transitioning period that we had as far as searching for a president, and we found a really good person, a really qualified person to come down and lead us in a good direction as far as what university's mission statement is all about. Her name is Dr. Erica Moore. She's originally from, I think she lived in New York, stayed in New York, and she came down. She worked for AHAC. She had a few jobs when she worked for SDSU, and I think her last job was in Laura Brew.
I'll just introduce myself.
Okay, all right, so I'll start her out, she'll give the annual report, she will walk you through that, and I have a little report that I need to give as far as nation building and the community development activities that are going on out to the university. So we'll start out with Erica, Dr. Erica Moore.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Taigwe, Bikile Erica Moore, Bikile Guayania, and the charter liaison for the Confederation of United Taiwanese People. I am the president of Sintegleshka. Can I please be seated? I'm gonna look really short.
You can't see me.
They brush it at a booster seat. But thank you, Scott, for introducing me with all of the wrong information, but it was a good effort. I grew up, my family's from Puerto Rico, but I grew up and was raised in New Jersey and have been in South Dakota 11 years now. I started in the tribal college movement in Lower Brule, so that's where he would have gotten that information. I was the chief academic officer for Sinte Gleshka's alternative campus in Lower Brule. I was there about 4.5 years, then went on to SDSU, where I oversaw the American Indian Student Center, all of the retention and graduation of our Native American students. And then I was at AHAC, where I oversaw research, data sovereignty, and student success initiatives for all 35 tribal colleges. I was seated after a very long 8 months of a search or my application process. I was seated in November of 2024. So we had completed an annual report that covered the prior year's information. So I would have not been here the entire time, but I'm going to do my best. But I also brought some of my VPs who were here, obviously, when I was not. Because the report that I submitted was for the prior year, Sinte Gleshka also has to submit all of our data December 1 to AHAC. So I did just print that out. It's fresh, it's new, it hasn't been published yet, but AHAC and Sinte Gleshka have it. So I think the tribe, of course, can have a copy. So I did print that out, and that has every single thing that our students experience once they enter the door. It's all the data from the most recent years. So I can give that as well, even though it's fresh and new this week. I didn't have time to get copies. After witnessing, since I had never obviously sat and presented before, I heard a council member say they wanted something more of like conversational. So I do have the report, and I could go page by page with it, where I could talk to you about what has transpired with Sinte Gleshka University from November 18th till today. Especially because when I became president, it was the first day I realized Sinte Gleshka was actually in the middle of their 10-year comprehensive accreditation review, which is very significant. It is the way in which we are able to keep the doors open and accredited so that the value of the degree that our students receive is comparable to all of the nation's accredited degree programs. So I think I'll let you all decide, should we just go through the annual report, or should I talk to you about what is transpiring with Sinte during this accreditation and what that means for the future of it. And then obviously we do have the report and can talk about some of the events and community outreach that we've been putting out over the course of the year. But I want for you all to get the most out of this conversation. So I can do either. They go through the annual report.
Start with your annual report, then go into the rest of it.
Okay. And everyone was able to receive a copy of this?
Which one is it?
This is the annual report. So at the beginning, it obviously shows all of our Board of Regents members and the President's Council members. I do, because I'm always forthright, honest, and transparent. We actually have 2 vacant positions for the board right now, so that list of board members is inaccurate, or I should say is not the most updated, since those recent events just occurred. Region 3 is vacant. And Region 2, so that's Dira Ayat's position and Richard Lunderman. And we have our now new student rep, Stevie Whitehat. So this year we had really exciting milestones for our workforce development programs, and most of those fall under IoT, the Institution of Technologies Department. And so you'll see on page 3, we start to just give all of the accomplishments, department highlights, if you will. So the welding program, we had the first students graduating with the 1-year certificate of welding. And those 3 students would go on and successfully pass the certification as well to be licensed. And that is the first ever welding graduation class, those 3 students from Sintegleshka. That also saw the opening of our $1.5 million welding building. Those dollars came from the funding that was received during COVID that we then placed into investments and then ended up growing investment and able to use the investment. We also saw success in our construction trades programs. So you'll see they list 3 graduated with short-term maintenance technician certificates, 2 with a 1-year building trade certificate, and 2 with associate's degrees in construction trades. We worked and began working on an MOU that actually has never come to fruition. So again, all of this was being done in the year leading up. So it states that we were working on an MOU for the housing project, and I know we just had housing come before us, and I took copious notes of all the ways that Sinte can attempt to try to help, and maybe we can revisit the MOU or an MOA with the Tribal's Office of Housing and see how we can support all of those needs. That also comes with, we just received our 3D robotic printing arm from NASA through that NASA project, and that can help build pieces of tiny houses, not actual building of the whole house. So that would support that as well. In data entry and office technology, which we, through student surveys, a good bit of our students wanted to see more of that clerical office support work. So that was amped up, and we were able to graduate 3 with 3 short-term data entry certificates and 1 with the associate's degree in data entry specialists. We have internship placements that we work with the tribe, with the schools, and the other organizations to help the students have experience once they achieve their certificate. With that, we have our computer technology. You can see we brought in a new faculty member for full-time faculty to help support all of the new programs in IoT, and a new PhD professor in additive manufacturing. And this is the program that was created through that NASA initiative with our robotic arm. Partnerships and advisory boards. Again, this was discussed that we were working with the trades, IoT and the tribe. They're still in negotiations, maybe, again, with some of revisiting what the needs are we can support more effectively. We are in the process of completing our first ever master's facilities plan. So we contracted with a firm, MIG, and that's helping us, if you look where it says looking ahead to the academic year, new facilities and planning those events. We're working to see what is available for our land use, what unoccupied buildings or housing. And we have a few donors that have come forward specifically in the areas of cultural heritage with the museum, that want to build new structures to house all of the archives and artifacts that need special care. Another highlight from IoT was Jay Herman and the success of his welding program. So that page 5 gives an overview of who Jay is and some of the work that he is doing with our welding graduates. We do have a dual enrollment degree process with Todd County, but now we're working to have early entry, which is slightly different than dual enrollment. They would attend and be on campus for the full college campus experience with our college faculty and in our welding building. And we have a meeting next week to finalize the early entry. What's not in here is that St. Francis also sent a representative to our board and expressed having better relationships with the schools. And so we are going to also include St. Francis in our upcoming meetings for dual enrollment and early entry. These are more of the student highlights from the welding, so you could see the pictures and hear more about our students. If you review page 6 and 7, 8 and 9, some of those are photos from the grand opening of the new welding mill. On page 10 and 11, so on page 10 is our accreditation for St. Tegleshka. So Higher Learning Commission is the organization that accredits and reviews and keeps us in compliance with all federal regulations within the Department of Education. That is the accrediting body that we are going through the review with, which I'll talk more extensively about what that review looks like and what that means for Cente's future. WINHEC is a World Indigenous Nations Higher Education Consortium, so it ensures that Indigenous universities across the globe are supporting, infusing cultural and Indigenous ways of teaching and learning within their institutions. So we're have accreditation globally that way. Our nursing program is accredited through the Board of Nursing through the state of South Dakota. And our education program, our department is accredited or has to be accredited through the state. So we also just went through the state's accreditation and received the review back from the Department of Education as well. So when I talk about accreditation, I can give you an update for our education teachers program as well. AIMS is the report we have to submit. It's all of the data across the campus to the American Indian Higher Education Consortium, who's our legislative lobbying, our advocacy org for tribal colleges. And we must submit this every year to maintain good membership, and it's due December 1. So that is the report that I had said. The most recent data was just completed, and I have that. So that is more updated than this version here. But these are all of the numbers as of December 1 of last year that we had to submit, compile, and this is the report that they gave back. And so it's just broken down. You'll see some of the demographics, female enrollment range, all the way from, we go back from 2017's academic year and compare it with 2020 to 2021. Usually we do go back 3 years, but the AIMS allows us to go back a little farther. Male enrollment also was compared, so you'll see the gender disparities highlighted in those demographics. The next pages 12 and 13 are full-time equivalent enrollment, are students that are full, and then the page 13 is the retention and persistent rates for those same students. So, for example, in 2018-2019 academic year, we had 865 students. In 2023 to 2024, we had dropped all the way to 588 students. That is a critical period that we all saw, COVID from 20 to 25, obviously, that was impacting nationwide campuses, especially with coming back and that transition coming back to campus. So we have seen, which when I give you the new numbers for the updated, we have moved back up. And so we are seeing an increase. Obviously, we're not all the way back up to 865 yet, but hopefully that will. The retention and persistent rates for SGU, again, these are the older numbers, but because I am very forthright and transparent, we recently were put on a monitoring report, a student success improvement plan with the accrediting body, because over the course of the last several years, we consistently maintained a very low graduation rate for full-time, first-time students, significantly lower than our peer group, which are other tribal colleges and specifically those around the same population and campus size. So we had to submit a student success improvement plan. We wrote up that plan over the last year and it was approved by HLC. And so that's a positive and we're going to work to implement the plan so that hopefully we see an increase in our student success graduation rates. The part-time versus full-time is on page 14. So from 2017 to 2024, you'll see, again, there's an influx, but we have a high majority of part-time students, more than we do see the full-time students. SGU partnerships listed here on page 15. The NASA partnership that I talked about with the 3D printing arm was the Dakota Pathway to the Stars NASA partnership. When I came on, and Scott had come on board just shortly before there was a several-year period where nothing was being done. They were unable to fill vacancies. The transition, obviously, in leadership impacted that. So Scott and his team did a really amazing job to meet all of the milestones that were expected to have been met over a 4-year period. They were able to do within the last 18 months. So amazing work there. And then we also highlight the USDA extension and agricultural programs here and the New Beginnings grants. They both also fall under Scott. And so I do want to, if you guys want more in-depth information about our grants under Scott, there are community facing. And so I think they'd probably be the most important for you to hear about in depth. So if we want to give him time to talk about those at some point. We talk about on page 16 and 17, planning for the future. And we talk about our amazing incubator program. And as many of you know, over the last year with the federal administration and the funding crisis, we lost our business incubator program and the funding. So that was some changes that had to be made within the BIA because of their funding being restricted. And so that housed 4 SGU employees. So Scott's team and the president's office worked to just do in-house transfers for all 4 employees. So no one lost their income and were able to stay on payroll with Sinte Gleshka. Recently, we began working with another individual on some other projects, and we've had to advocate through the state, and we were in conversations with Senator Round's office. And so we talked about that funding, and the state has talked about it as having interest in helping support the entrepreneurial piece of that program. And so we may be seeing an influx of funding that could help reopen our business incubator, but at this time it has officially closed. Okay. On 18, it talks about some of the major highlights that we have supported cultural activities and community engagements. This page talks most heavily about the partnerships with the buffalo harvests that we provide. We've partnered with Sichanguco, who's donated buffalo. We had tagged our own for the purpose of the harvest as well. And that also falls under Scott's tribal nations and communities. So if he wanted to go into further detail about those partnerships, for anyone that might have questions. On 19, it talks about financial stability. It talks about who the titles and what falls under our finance department. What is not in here, because we had not completed the audit by that time, again, for full transparency, Sinte Glashka University had not had an audit with the zero findings in many, many, many years. And so this was a critical audit because they were reviewing, and we had consistently had several findings. They usually were around the bookstore, inventory, and then a reoccurring fixed asset finding. So this was actually Sinte Glashka's first audit year with zero new findings. So, and the reoccurring fixed asset, the board had basically suggested we hire a specific individual to do that work. She has done the research and mitigated the loss that we have not been able to keep track of some of these vehicles and some of the buildings, and has completed that and has been able to complete that by September of this year. So that'll be reflect in our upcoming audit as no reoccurring. So it was a really positive in the sense that this was Sinte Glashka's first year with no new findings, especially around some of the findings that we were seeing reoccurring about the bookstore. There's a new bookstore manager, a new system of tracking the inventory, and so we were able to eradicate any of the confusion that continued to show up on our audits for that purpose. And that talks more about that. On the back of Sinte Glashka's annual report, we received an AHAC conducted the economic value study on all 35 tribal colleges. Now, I wasn't here when this was being conducted, but I was actually the team at AHAC who outsourced and hired the firm to do the study. And then I had transitioned and left AHAC and came here, and Sinte had already done their study with that firm. So I was able to see it with all of you for the first time. But it shows, so this firm essentially looked at all 35 colleges and wanted to see what our impact on the nation's economy. And so they also then broke it down for what our impact on the local economies would be. So this is just the executive summary that I've attached on here, but they give a very detailed PowerPoint and full report that I can also, it's a much larger file, so I could have them sent to you if you wanted to see in more detail. On page, on the economic impact analysis, the operations spending, it just breaks down and shows where they were coming up with these data sets. And so 10.6 million is the added income, which is equivalent to supporting 232 jobs in the local region. Now, really, Sinte Glashka, our operating budget on average is usually just over 17 million. That's with all of the salaries, the consulting work. We provide free food for the students, free transportation for the students, the scholarships for need-based and merit-based. And so all of that in that 17, just over 17 is what our operating budget typically is. But this is just showing what our impact on this local economy would be. And so they add all of this up, and they believe that our total economic impact nationwide would be 52 million. We're supporting over the course of the study 950 jobs. So this was actually a really exciting time when AHAC released this to show the federal government the need for tribal colleges, especially in rural states. And so we did have Senator Rounds and Thune were very supportive when we had to advocate for Sinte, Galeshka, and other tribal colleges when they were, for example, trying to reduce Pell access for our students. So surprisingly, where we may not see state support, this actually impacts all of the colleges within South Dakota. And so we did see the needed support, and we were able to have that the Pell grants for our students protected because of showing our impact and influence on South Dakota's economy. The next set of information is all of the investment analysis that they provided. And so you'll see the average earnings by education level in this area. And so that's the average salary for someone with high school, with a certificate, associates, which is a 2-year degree, a bachelor's, which is the 4-year, master's, and a doctoral degree. It's still relatively low compared to most other states, but you also have to consider cost of living. South Dakota is not as expensive to reside as others. They also do social perspective, a taxpayer perspective, and that's all provided within the summary of investment analysis on that final page there for you. But the larger documents that I can send break it down in a much more robust way. So I will make sure I send those on to you. So that was the prior year leading up to when I took office. When I guess I'm going to tell a mini story about what I've experienced or what I came on to with Sinte, so that you can understand where we were, where we are, and that'll lead perfectly into HLC's debrief. I was seated November 18th, and some of the most immediate need that I recognized was we did not have a fully approved or vetted, reviewed policy and procedures handbook that aligned with across all policies, our staff, our faculty, and our student handbooks. So we had to start that review. There have been a series of policies that we've improved or strengthened, and the board has reviewed and approved that final most updated policy and procedures handbook. So we do have one in place now. Additionally, there was no evaluation annually of the strategic plan. The strategic plan that was most updated by that time was created in 2022. And so by 2024, it still had not been reviewed or evaluated. You should be evaluating a strategic plan annually and more if possible. It's a living document. You want to continue to ensure that you're making progress. Because that was not done, we wrapped our strategic planning into our master's facility plan, which there was no master's facilities plan until the VP of General Administration hired the MIG firm. So there's a juxtaposition of our master's facilities plan being created and now aligning it and creating and reviewing a brand new strategic plan. So that's all being done. When I came on board, Scott was attempting to work with the team on the concerns and issues surrounding the buffalo herd. We were able to reduce the capacity of the herd. It is no longer over capacity. It is at a manageable capacity for a university, which should be using a buffalo herd for cultural and educational purposes. So we created a business plan and vaccinated and had all of the herd all taken care of and reduced, and that also was surrounding some land disputes that were around the pastures, and so that also was being mitigated at the same time, which we have finally come to agreements, and there are no longer any concerns and issues around the buffalo pasture that I know about. So, and they also, when I came on board, HLC's review and was supposed to have already been started, being done, being completed. When I came in November 18th, it unfortunately, because of the transition, a loss of presidents, a VP, and then new interim positions, and then they had turnover rate, and then the new president came in and a new president's council. The actual HLC work for that 10-year review didn't start until that fall that I came. And usually a 10-year comprehensive review, you're doing the work over that 10 years that leads up to it. So I do want to give a nice shout out for all of the Sinte Gleshka faculty and the HLC team leads that were staff across campus that really came together to get that work done. And we had some issues surrounding lack of policies, procedures, and controls around student records compliance. So I have implemented FERPA training, new security cameras, and a quarterly security review of all student records. So we are now in compliance. So that was just some of the more major concerns that we walked into that we had to help support, improve, or strengthen over the last 12 months. I think that's all I had for the annual review. I think I want to save a good amount of time to talk with you all about HLC's review since it's the most critical, but I'll pause for any questions.
Does anyone have questions? Willie? Mike?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Erica if she could, explain to the council, what HLC is all about. Why they're important in our lives, the college lives, that sort of thing.
Okay, yeah.
And, what, how we're responsible to them.
Okay. It's not gonna work, okay. So HLC is the Higher Learning Commission, and they provide accreditation to universities, not just within the United States. So there are, I believe, off the top, there may be six accrediting bodies. So HLC oversees a certain region. We fall under their region. So HLC has a different set than if you know and have ever worked with an other accrediting body. HLCs are the policies that we have to align with and follow. So that accrediting body is essentially established through the following the compliance and guidelines of the federal government through the Department of Education. So they too have to follow and align sort of their criterion of what a university should be doing essentially for their students, staff, faculty, and in our case, a tribal college also has to consider the community aspect. So what will happen is a university like Sinte Gleshka that's been open for over 50 years, accredited, I believe the first accreditation was 1983, and you will be accredited and have a review every 10 years, what's referred to as the comprehensive review. And then during that 10 years, they may do that midway half point come, I think they came in 2020. So they tell the university, are you following the criterion set by us to say that you are offering quality education in an appropriate legal and ethical way? And HLC has 4 criterion. Criterion 1 focuses on the mission and statement of the university. And so what is our mission? Do we have it out on the website? Everyone understands it. We're a tribal college, so we also have to make it like we have to share our charter, the charter that's with the tribe, the bylaws, all of that. It has to be very clear for anyone who's like, I want to know about Sinte Gleshka, they can look us up, and that's very clear. We usually always pass criterion 1 fairly easy. So again, even just after our 10-year, that one was given back in the debrief that we have a very clear mission and we disseminate that information to the public clearly. Criterion 2 is governance. That's from the tribe all the way down, right? So we're a chartered entity, so what does, they want to know what the tie to the tribe is. That's making sure that you guys have oversight of us. This is why we're here and we're presenting to you, but also that there isn't political or overreach or influence in daily operations of the university based on the tribal council's political perspectives, which we usually always have not had any issues with that in the last 2 comprehensive reviews, which is good. That also pays attention to the board. Is the board letting folks know when their meetings are? Do they put their meetings on the website? They're often public, so are we letting the folks know that they can come and sit? They're also wanting to see if the board has any conflict of interest or bleeding into the everyday operations. And then they want to make sure that the administration, the president and her president's council are following policy when they're taking action. Are we practicing shared governance, which is, are we including faculty and student voice when we're making decisions that are going to impact the university? Criterion 3 is teaching and learning. We are a tribal university. Are we infusing and embedding the culture and that way of life into the classroom or all across campus? That should be, we should be able to say that that's happening. Are we conducting assessments to make sure that we're tracking why students aren't successful in a class? Or why do we see more success rate for students in this program? So doing program reviews. This is an area where we were not doing that. We have consistently, so again, transparent, 10 years ago, Sinte Gleshka was put on probation. So you go through a review, and if you didn't meet those criteria I was just telling you about, they give you findings or sanction you or put you on probation. And then the last step is notice. You get put on notice and you're getting ready to lose your accreditation and the college is going to have to shut down. Sinte Gleshka was put on notice 10 years ago. So that's important for you to understand that 10 years ago, we were put on notice and we had to fight really hard to get off of notice and to make all of these changes. And one of those changes was they took Lakota studies away from us. For whatever reason, what they were doing on campus and not able to say that, articulate how they were assessing the program, it was removed. So I don't know how many of you may have been around during that time and remember a period of time where we weren't even allowed to offer Lakota studies. So what that means is now you have 10 years. In that 10 years, we should have been doing all the things to improve and make better all of the areas that we were dinged on 10 years ago. So those criteria I was starting to talk about, those teaching and learning was one of those areas that we were not assessing the programs, and that is one of the areas that was met with concerns. The fourth one is financial. What is the sustainability of the university? The university relies 80% on grant funding, and the majority of that is federal grant funding, which leads into a perpetual cycle of us always being reliant on federal grants. And then you see issues like when an administration comes in and may not care about tribal colleges and universities, we begin to struggle and lose programs like the business incubator because we still rely so heavily. So oftentimes criterion one, there are some concerns. What are we doing and showing to move away from relying on federal grants? What is the sustainability? So those are the four criterion we have to meet. And 10 years ago, we did not meet them. And we did not meet the majority of them. When I arrived on campus, so again, we have to always remember what Cynthia was going through during that time. Transition, loss of long-term presidents and COVID, and there's numerous of reasons that some may say excuses as to why campus was not prepared for the review. So the review has happened. We had to write 4 assurance arguments, one for each of those criterion, submit it, and then they came to campus and they did a review. Criterion 1 so far, we do not have a final draft yet of the report, but they briefed us already. Criterion 1, they believe is going to be met. It always is. That's our mission. We're going to have concerns for the other 3 because there was still no improvement in area of assessment. And so what we have done, knowing that we are going to be found of maybe met with concerns or not met in that teaching and learning, that assessment, making sure we are actually evaluating our students' success programs, our degree programs, all of those things that weren't being done. We really didn't have the capacity or the resources. So we did, with board approval, created the Office of Institutional Research and Assessment. We have an interim director there who's very qualified. You have a president who oversaw research assessment at more than one of my previous places of employment. So we've already drafted our first assessment all institution plan. It has to be reviewed by President's Council and then our board, but our draft is done. And so HLC has said they're amazed at how much work we have gotten done in 12 months. And that shows for them that there are the people on campus who are passionate, knowledgeable, and have the expertise to do the work. Now that we're a fully formed team and there's leadership in all of the departments, no vacancies, moving forward has been much easier in this year for the staff and faculty to accomplish some of those things that were not being done when they should have. So I say all that to say The report has been sent more as a debrief. We don't have the written report, and they did let me know yesterday that we may not receive it until the first of the year. So now I'm going to explain what happens when you get the report back. The report will come back, and I have a inkling of what it will. There'll be areas in the criterion that say they are not met or they're met with concerns. And then we have 14 days to respond in 5 pages or less to explain how we've already started to improve those areas. Or, for assessment, this is where we'll respond and say, we absolutely know we did not have assessment being done, and that's why we hired folks that can do the assessment. We have created the assessment plans, we've created the department, and so when they receive that, the team at HLC will have a chance to then say, you know what? Instead of saying they didn't meet it, we'll say it's met with concerns, which is, still sounds bad, but it's better than saying they didn't meet it. What happens then if there are still areas that they believe we did not meet or have met with concern? I will have to present and sit in front of the investigative body in Chicago, Illinois. They did send the dates. I'm pretty positive I'll have to go before the AIC and defend Sinte Gleshka. That will happen anywhere from April to August. So you'll know more about that. So here's an example. If they say you have to go present and advocate for Sinte Gleshka in August in Chicago because they're saying you're still met with concerns, if I present, it's almost like we'll still have a chance if I can defend or advocate enough. Then the AIC will say, okay, we're not going to give you a sanction. We're not going to put you on probation. And then it goes to HLC board, they review, and they'll say, we agree, we're not going to put you on probation. So even though if our initial report comes back and is not positive in those areas, I still have opportunities to write in that response, and then I'll have, it's not ever fun to go before the IAC, but I look at it as an opportunity that we'll get to talk about the reasons why maybe we had some areas of deficiency and talk about it in a way that they can see maybe it wasn't being done over the last 10 years, but look how much we've gotten done in 1 year. This should show that we'll be able to effectively meet the needs. And what usually happens then, they say, now you have 2 years to get it done. And then they'll come back and do a site visit. And in that 2 years, we'll have to have shown that we have made all of the progress that they are suggesting we make. So that is where we are. I'll pause because I know I'm sure there's questions.
Okay, Madam Chair, I still have the floor. Erica, this might be a little unfair to you, but could you also explain what you know about WinHEC and what they're all about, what they're for, what their mission is, and how that affects us now and will affect SGU down the road?
Yeah. Well, I guess I can say this. So WinHEC being more of the global, all indigenous peoples across all of the continents, it's a good support. It's a good piece of advocacy. But it is not something that we're legally bound to the way we need to be with HLC. So we maintain the accreditation with WinHEC because it gives us access to resources and capacity and advocacy globally. So I think it's very beneficial for us. It's important to know that I believe the founding board members and the first president of Sinte Gleshka were some of the critical key pieces of forming and working with WinHEC, and that's all volunteer. So I would say that I think it's important, it's critical, and especially if we intend to move away from federal reliance on funds and advocate for tribal colleges as a whole in that way. It's really important to maintain our accreditation with WIN.
I kind of understood when I first learned of WINEC that ultimately the goal there is to replace HLC in terms of who we're accountable to. Is it?
Yeah,
I
I would say yes and no. So they've talked about it, but when we think of, so I know there were individuals here actually that wanted to create our own accrediting body. That was like 10 years ago with, in conjunction with the WINHEC folks. But we would have a different set of like federal policies or alignment that we would have to follow outside of what other institutions globally might have to follow, even with WINHEC.
Right.
It's not a bad idea. And Sinte Gleshka actually advocated for their, for us to create our own accreditation system for tribal colleges and universities. And we even were the first to put funds towards it. So AHAC actually has a plot of funding that Sinte started and other tribal colleges put into it to do a needs assessment on what it would need to create our own accreditation.
Right, yeah.
But we're nowhere closer than we were 10 years ago. I'll say.
Primarily, I was led to believe that it's about a more insertion of people's culture, in this our case, tribal culture, into our higher educational process, as opposed to, or in contrast to HLC, which is representative of them.
Yeah, there's
The other culture.
we call it I guess we'll say the mainstream or, culture. They definitely,
Isn't that one of the primary,
I think it's one of the reasons why many of
whether or
us.
not it ever comes to fruition, that's,
Right, I would say we haven't made progress in the last 10 years any closer than we should have. But, right, yes, I think those of us who agree with having our own accrediting body know that the sort of Eurocentric education system does not, or is not conducive for any indigenous peoples, whether it's just here with the Sicangu people or any indigenous people. So there are ways we advocate with HLC, and we've helped them create what's called a TCU handbook, but we will always essentially just be navigating the mainstream education system when going through HLC's accreditation.
and it's the same environment that we currently have at K through 12, where we have our own tribal education code.
Yes.
And we have to go up against state accreditation. Right? I mean, and the two are not.
That's right.
Immutable.
Yeah. For example, so if I, just to kind of elaborate on what he might be addressing. So 10 years ago, one of the issues with accreditation when they were losing the Lakota Studies program, and I worked on the Lower Brule campus, so I wasn't on the main campus then. You oftentimes have to submit like what are referred to as like artifacts or proof that you're doing something. So if they were having a Lakota Studies course, then they say, okay, HLC says, give us your status sheets and tell us, what were the textbooks you used. Well, during that time, some of the elders that worked in the Lakota Studies department were like, well, we don't use textbooks, like oral history and all of these things. And they're like, that doesn't work for us. And instead of advocating and saying, no, we're talking about teaching and learning, and there's many different ways of doing that. A textbook is just one way, right? How Victor DeVille teaches orally the star knowledge isn't found in a textbook. And so we should have been advocating in that way and showing how the quality is still there, the rigor is still there. He's just doing that work without a textbook, right? But we didn't have maybe the knowledge or the understanding that we could have advocated in that way. And so they just said, oh, not met. You don't even have textbooks. You can't even prove it. Well, that's one way of showing that we weren't advocating to show we are unique. We're a tribal college and university. What does that mean? And so we don't always have to just say yes to whatever HLC says. They will give you an opportunity to prove or advocate or state why you're still getting this done. You're just doing it, here at Sinte, it's the Sichangu way, right?
Educational thought, right?
Right, exactly. So that's, I think, what you were referring to.
Emily, you're next.
Hello, good to see you. Thank you for coming, everyone. I just I'll probably have more later, but the first two that I wanted to start with was, since we're already talking about the review, do you have any knowledge of, or any past history or experience of anyone from SU having to go and advocate at the IEC board, and how was that successful or not? Or can you give us a little bit of insight on historically how that played out?
Yeah, I know we sent folks back when we got put on probation in 2015 and 2016. So I would have to go as far as to say it wasn't necessarily successful at that point, but it was, there was a period where our VP of Academic Affairs and others had to go during that 10 years, and it was successful because eventually they removed us from notice. So how many times we've had to present, that I would not know, but I can get that information for sure.
No, thank you. I just wanted to know if there was.
We're 50-50 right now. I'm just kidding.
Okay, and then, sorry to shift a little bit, but my question came up earlier and it's just now coming up. But since you started in here on the report, you mentioned that there are 2 vacancies for the region 2 and 3, I believe. Since we're on air and people are listening, can you explain a little bit on what the internal process is like for filling those vacancies, and where we might be, how soon that might happen, or just if anybody's interested in joining or
Yeah, please do. Please apply. Yeah, so right now we have at least, I think it might actually be Region 3 and Region 4, but
Okay, sorry if I misspoke. But yeah.
I will make sure that we get that correct. And we have advertised on our website and on our social media pages, and you could always come and get an application from our board secretary, which is housed in the admin building. You would fill out the application, it's reviewed, and the board is responsible for reviewing and voting on or selecting the individuals from the applicant pools. We've had, in the past, that has come up with HLC because we've had vacancies for a really long time. So, yeah, this is our plea to all of you. Please check out the vacancies, Region 3 and 4. I'm just hoping that's really the regions. Let me just check.
I know, look at it.
I keep saying it. No, Emily was right on the Region 2 and 3. Okay, yep, okay. So I don't know offhand, that might be Antelope, White River. I don't know if you guys know off the top of your head what the areas are that are in Region 2 and Region 3.
I'm just guessing because of where they live. Richard lived way on that side of the res, and Dira lived way north, so I'm assuming they're.
Oh, okay, yeah, yes, we can get those details more specifically. But those regions, each region, represents, I think there's 3 or 4 communities in each, right?
That information is on the website.
It is on the website, so Emily and I may be getting this wrong, but it's somewhere correct. And we really, really would love the support. I have great board members. It's hard work. We don't always agree, and it's amazing to see all of the different personalities, but all of them are passionate, and we have great conversations, and you just heard how much change they've really helped, kind of steward in the last year with a new president and all of the difficulties we've been experiencing. So we really do need individuals who are passionate about education, who understand the importance of, what we can do and help with the community. And so, yeah, please go on our website, find those vacancies, get the correct information and apply. Yep.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah.
Rick. Rick.
I don't know if you remember, Madam Chair, at the, Great Plains Chamber of Chairman's Health Board in Blandrew, Dr. Warren, he did a presentation, and he was showing in that presentation about medical doctors, how he showed the country and what colleges were offering that medical doctor. So he was showing that there was only one black college down south that was offering that medical degree. But he wanted tribal colleges to try and adopt that, offering those courses. He did a whole presentation. I think I have it. But I kind of wanted to share that. I don't know if you remember that presentation.
Yeah, you wanted to expand.
Yeah. Well,
Is it?
I just have a question. I know you were referring back to our Lakota language program and you were talking about Victor DeVille's teachings. So what has the university been working on, anything such as copywriting our intellectual property rights for our stories, our oral traditions, our cultural teachings, any curriculum that have come from our local leaders?
Well,
And if it's being, legally, all the property rights belong to us, because, we have other Lakota language groups that come in. I think was it the LLC at times, and I think that us as a tribe, we have our own university here with our own speakers, with our own stories, our own cultural teachings. We should have a legal holding on that, so that's our own in a unique way from our tribe. So, what is the university? Have they taken any insight in that, or have they anything been done with that?
I do believe in most instances, and I'll cite one, I believe Victor DeVille's work. I'm saying it correctly, but I believe his work is copyrighted. And I believe there are
I think Albert Whitehouse is too.
Albert's is too.
And I don't know.
works that have come from SQ that are copyrighted.
Yes, so, again, I wouldn't have the historical knowledge of, but I do know that Sinte has their own publishing. And so, for example, Albert Whitehat's work,
Right,
some of
there's
Victor
there's
DeVille's work, sort of like a co-ownership of the work with the individual, obviously, who had the knowledge and expertise, but that Sinte is able to, obviously utilize that work. Again, for full transparency, I have had, quite a good number of folks to reach out to ask, why in our Lakota Studies program, we're still allowing LLC to be utilized because Rosebud passed a resolution. Apparently, the tribe passed a resolution that would not have been. And again, this was my first year, so I was not, the questions started coming in as soon as I got in office. And so I think just a quick review when those thoughts were coming to me was that Sinte at this time does not have a policy, like, which I think we should, right? If the tribe passed a resolution stating it, then it should be housed within our policy as well. I think it's a little bit difficult, where, for example, I am wholly supportive of what Lisa was just talking about. I'm an editor on my own Confederation's language dictionary. We would not be teaching from, we would not be using a textbook from a Taino or Arawakan Taino speaking person. So I definitely agree with that, but I do think that's a decision maybe the tribe and Lakota study should have more of, or the board, than coming from someone who is not Lakota.
That's why, yeah, that's kind of where my question came from, because I was just visiting with President Woodknife, and I have, as an alumni from Sinte, I remember back in the day, we had like that red book. Cheryl might remember, it was Makoche, and then we had the Star Knowledge book, and then there was like a green or yellow one that when we took Lakota language was out of. And I think that our Lakota language should come from our own knowledge in the portal. So I think our university should really be pushing for that. And
Especially because everything with our language and our culture traditionally is oral.
Yes.
So why would they not want to approve and require it to be something that's written when we practice and learn through an oral tradition? But Lila, Ben, and Lynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, college, for coming. Scott, Cheryl, Erica. This is really interesting how this is all working. And there's been a lot of concerns in the past few years, as Lionel is making his journey out. The college really took a hit. And I just want to say that knowing Mr. Bordo, his vision and his lifetime work with the elders back then, when the first college was right here. They worked really hard, and they prayed with the Chinupa. And it took him that far, the college come that far. And Lakholia Bikila, our language, our Lakota language is so crucial within that college. And you're talking about, how we have to appease and get, things done through these, the HLC and the WinHEC. We're coming to a time that we're losing our language. And it's happening right in front of us. And I'm really saddened that there is no Lakota studies. That is what started this.
We do now have one.
We do?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
lost back then, but we
Okay.
have it. Sorry if I was not clear.
Okay, I'm
We
sorry.
have this.
Okay, so that area there, we really need to, I'd like to see us, the tribe, as the college, to really put emphasis in that arena. That's who made us who we are. And that was, a lot of our local relatives, they created that place. And they should still be utilized by the college. They should have, when somebody has that amount of knowledge and lives that Lakota way, to me, they are above a doctor of education. And, I myself, have classes at SGU and Black Hills, but my path took me a different way. And so through the Chinupa, it's the same thing. Little, I would say, higher, because our ways of life we had them and they're real strict because we want to succeed and we want to live. And we have to put the emphasis back on Lakota studies, get our relatives, our young ones, back in there. And that, to me, is where their beginning should be. And that was the vision of the college. And it still is. And it's faith-based. SBU is faith-based. But, as the generations moved on, we're in a really different place. But I don't want us as a people to forget we are Sichangu Lakota. And we have some of the greatest leaders who died in battle and helped us win Little Bighorn. Our kids, our young people need to know those things. And he probably doesn't want me to say nothing, but my cousin Russell, he's one of them. And we rely on them outside here, wherever they're at, him and Uncle Dwayne and, all of them. We haven't really built many after that. So we're lacking like this much, and the hard work these people have done. Neola Spotted Tail, and Ione, Doris, they made that college with Lionel what it is. So, I getting emotional about it. I did have some visits with Mr. Bordo. And he wants our young people to continue and fight with education. Because that is our new weapon. That is why these elders, they saw what was coming. So they started preparing our people to get educated. And now look what's happening. They're cutting all the minority out because they don't want us educated. So, Lakota Studies is the hub and the center of the college. And, we still have to reach out, and don't think you have to do this alone. You have the tribe, you got relatives out there, you got people out there. We need to bring them in because we are in a really tough place right now. And everything that's done there, it should be done in a very good manner, high respect, integrity, all of that, because that's who we are as Lakota people. And when we don't, I don't really know you yet, but I saw your picture. You were chosen to lead the college, and I don't think those are coincidences. But it has been tough, and I know the board went through a lot. And, I also want to mention Rita Means. She was very highly involved in the college. And so we've lost a lot of really good, educated people who are and live Lakota way. And that's what is not understood by these people. The HLC and the WinHEC, we need to teach them. And the oral history, that's who we are. With all the things they do, I was reading up on them, this WinHEC, it sounds really good. And we need to ask them, help us and you got to understand us. You have to know who we are and teach them about us. And we're not all the same, but we have to protect our work. And all the work and everything that's been done by our people is highly valued. And the college has to share that with the schools, with everybody. Because if we don't share our knowledge, it's not going to do anything. We ain't going to go anywhere. So I really want to encourage us to find ways, because, we're in mourning. And we had one leader for 50 some years. And, now it's like, well, okay, we're trying this, but it's going to be that way. But faith-based, and that's how the college was brought in, and bringing our young people back to the hub to understand what their purpose is. And I want us to do things to help them. We really need, our young people need so much help. They all have a purpose, and they need to know, hey, we can go to SGU. So we need to have something to welcome people. That's the only way you're going to get in, is if you do that, because we're not the type of people who are going to barge in there. You have to open that door. So maybe like a fair or something, for these young ones. A lot of them probably don't even know what's available over there. And looking at all of this, you got welding, you have, all kinds of nice stuff. So, maybe down the road, if you can look at that, and Scott, maybe Cheryl, you guys, you know what to do. They know what to do. They're the ones who can help us. But if we can plan something like that.
Do you guys do student recruitment, like out east res to the high schools, or even to like Marty or St. Joseph or Flandreau? Because I know I have some nieces that graduated out in Gregory and Bonesteel that didn't know that they can go take classes, or didn't know how to.
Yeah. And we have a lot of kids out there. Yeah. And then we even have
For
the
student
dorm.
recruitment.
Yeah. So we got, and I'm emphasizing on education and outreach.
That's what I did.
And I think it's really important, and, we're here to help, and what we need to do is get on the wagon here and just keep going forward. And thank you for explaining all of this to us. And I didn't know you had to go through like these two. I know about the HLC, but then you also have to go through the WinHEC.
Yeah.
This sounds tough, but we made it.
It's tough, but yeah, I think it's important to keep doing it so that we're always evaluating ourselves. Because, this is to touch on what you were saying. So we do have Lakota Studies now, and they are working on our first graduate program, which was approved internally and is being expeditedly reviewed by HLC right now. So we are going to have the graduate program in Lakota Studies. I think the Class 1 and Class 2 courses I just reviewed all had to do with like horsemanship, and so they're really starting to want to put in like the cultural piece into the degree programs. What I also asked for was, right now, Sinte doesn't offer, like, you can go to another college and you can get like a major or a minor, or you can do like double majors, but we don't have policies for that. But as a tribal college and university, in my opinion, every degree offered at Sinte should also come with a minor in Lakota Studies.
Exactly.
It makes more sense.
Exactly.
So the Lakota Studies Department is doing a lot of work to try to create, they had to come back from losing their department to like creating all the degree programs again. So thankfully, that'll be more to what you were saying, but I think if we had support or like unity across that language piece, because as I was saying on that, so many wanted to come to the graduate Lakota Studies program, and that's what they wanted to see, that it was like, is it my people's language and not LLC's? And that, I said at this point in time, the college doesn't have a policy. And they said, well, the tribe does. So maybe that's our board and I can talk about.
Resolution here back then, and it didn't, LLC did come and it didn't go through. And so there's a resolution that Grandpa Albert's work is the one.
Should be that.
Yeah,
Should
we're the
be
one
what's
we're gonna
offered.
use.
Yeah.
So, either way, however it works, policy change needs to happen. We will have a policy machine right here. She's good.
It's our
Yeah.
policy.
So, and I really want to express and emphasize what the Chanupa is and how that takes us where we're going. And if we need help, we should reach out and ask, there's not much fluent speakers left, but we need to bring them in. And we need to respect them and, honor them because they're gone, boy, they take everything. And we're just sitting here like, oh, gee, but they're the ones who know and we don't ask. So they're out there in all the communities. Go to them, talk to them, get that information. But, that's what I want to see. And I want us to do things in the best way possible. When we have a disagreement or something, we have those people out there who can come in and help us. So, I wish you luck and, hope that everything continues going. So I'm really thankful that the Dakota Studies is back there and needs to be built. Na ogna takung ehing ta Nijan. Madam Chair, can I ask Russell for some words?
Words of wisdom.
Maestro Gaya iba a bastante pesquisa, ela continua lá em casa, outras que épocas me dá ela chica que ele ia so que ele voa lá em casa. I'd just like to say, I was just listening to your radio, your presentation, and I was part of that team when we went to Chicago to save SGU, not to do away with the Lakota Studies Department.
Right.
Back then, if you remember, you guys probably remember, it was a nursing program that was in big trouble.
Yeah, that was also in trouble.
And it probably still is today. But it was the Lakota Studies Department. I was part of that department too for 16 years. And we had everything, all the books that we used in all our classrooms were all sold in our bookstore. And when we're in the trenches teaching, we had higher ups that was supposed to be taking care of this.
I agree with you.
And so it's not like blaming Lakota Studies that we lost Lakota Studies.
Oh, it was not Lakota Studies' fault at all. Yeah, no, you
but-
were not responsible for HLC. And
So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
And, and then I also sat on the board for the region. I sat with, Mike Bolton.
Yeah, he was there when I got there.
And I've been trying to teach him some Lakota words, but the only thing he understood was Ikazo.
Oh, don't forget cousin.
Anyway, Dakota Studies, I mentioned that earlier, was the hub of the university. It was really and powerful at that time with the amount of people that were working there and all the courses that we offered. It was really a big thing. But then I kind of lost hope in it when they diverted to what they call it now. My mind went blank. Anyway, you willed it down to almost nothing. You offer one class, maybe one class of history and culture. But there was a time when we had even our cultural resources program, a degree program, mind you. And now that's gone, so I remember, I'm I'm getting forgetful for names too, but your predecessor, the one you.
Bill Beard?
Bill Beard came to us, wanted us to redevelop that program. And so we said we could. We even offered a dollar amount to create instruction for archaeologists and cultural resource. That never went through. I don't know if it ever came to the board back then, but you know, we had a proposal to SGU. So those things were in the working, but since then, you know, of course, we lost Lionel. He's in a good place now, but you know, we're spinning our wheels right now, and I think you need to continue spinning that wheel until we get traction. And you know, in 1 week time, we did 5 burials of 5 fluent speakers in 1 week time. Now that's kind of hard to swallow, for me anyway. And we're losing our people left and right, and I bet you a majority of the people sitting here probably don't even understand that. But I think you made a good point. You know, once they leave, that's gone. And now we are a minority here as speakers. So, you know, SGU used to be the Lakota State used to be the hub of the university. I think it needs to come back to that level again, to re-educate our own people in our history, culture, and our way of life. So that's kind of my 2 cents here today, and I'll keep on mic over there. Ikazo. I need to Ikazo at his store.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I definitely agree. For clarity, we do have our Lakota Studies program, and the departments themselves are not ever responsible for the accreditation work. I am not trying to blame the administration either. Maybe there was, you know, other circumstances, but I just said all of that to say that's an example of we should have never lost a Lakota Studies department at a Lakota tribal college and university. And most often that is done because we didn't advocate or articulate that they had the knowledge. It didn't have to be a certain standard of, that aligned with mainstream education.
And we lost a lot of those people who were the bulwark of that success at that time.
I have Ben, Emily, Mike, and Cindy.
Thank you. If I can follow that, we'll have to wait for a bit to let that sink in. My name is Ben Blacker III. I'm the representative of the Two-Strike community. We have quite a few people who have gone to SGU to get, you know, in various careers possibly. So it's been here for a long time. We do have educated people that are there. My concern, and I guess it's always been like this, but with accreditation and also continued education with our people, you know, I have a concern when we bring an outside person to help us to continue what we're supposed to be doing when we have educated people to do that. So those are just my concerns. I mean, you came here in November, which, I mean, it's no fault of you. I mean, but yet you raised your hand to come in to, you know, to be the president of SGU. So I'm glad that you came to do that stuff, and I'm glad they picked you. You're getting us on the right track. But I know we do have other people out there who are just as possibly, I would say maybe gun-ho to get out there and do this stuff too, but to do it in the right way. So the accreditation part, I do know about that. I was on the board for St. Francis Senior School. We do have to go through the state of South Dakota to jump through hoop holes, I guess you can say. Some of the things that I get kind of frustrated about is that, yeah, I know since the government has taken over, as we've been put on reservations, they always told us what to do, you know. But I know we have to do that in order to get funding. I know we have to do that to, you know, get things again like accreditation to make sure that people are getting receiving a diploma that they should be and getting the education that they should be. So, but there's always that little fine point where we're a tribe and we should be adapting to that. And that's been said here this whole time. You know, it's been said here that we should be adapting to that. Now, it all falls on the shoulder of, again, you volunteer to do this thing, so, and then also, with our organization, also for me, being as a leader of a community. So we know what we need to do, we know what should have been done, and I am kind of, it's not all hunky-dory, it's not all, we're the greatest thing here. No, it should be like, well, you gotta take that responsibility. You have to take that responsibility to say, I messed up, because nobody's perfect. We messed up, we made a bad decision in some sense, we're gonna be able to do it, we can fix it. Now, of course, a lot of people, especially the older generation, let's say, you're not a good person, you didn't make a good decision, we're gonna push you to the side, But if you learn from that mistake, you learn to move forward and then, I guess, prevail from those types of, mistakes, then you should be able to, I guess, move forward. And that's what a lot of people have done in a lot of programs and a lot of entities that are running right now. SWA we had, yesterday we had St. Francis Senior School, we had Redco come in. So to me, again, that accreditation is a little difficult for me to I guess, look at all the time because, again, to adapt to them. When I was on St. Francis Senior School, we had to make new policy. And one of the policies was we had to keep doing what we're doing as far as like the school did it was doing something that they were able to help the communities and able to help people within our community provide a service. But that service didn't follow the guidelines that was set down by the funding agency. So we had to adapt to that. We say, well, no, we can't do that anymore. So to me, I'm saying we're different. We're a tribe. Why can't we adapt to that? Why can't you listen to us? Because they always say, what can we do to help you guys? Well, that's what you can do to help us. You can change that. You can adapt to that. And it's just funding sources. I know with the grants and a lot of other things that come into play, because I've been, the boards and committees that, got grants and was able to, I guess, continue applying for grants. But again, right now, even to this day, sometimes we jump through hoops just to go and say, okay, we can do this, we can do that. They don't understand that funding is going to come through. And if it's not, like Dakota language, if it's not following that, then boom, it's going to be taken away. So to me, I always think that when we know what we are trying to do and what needs to be done to keep these types of things, in this case, the college, we should know that whole aspect, the accreditation, look into it to finally find out what it is that we can do, what we can't do. The other thing too, right now, I'm always a planner too. So, yes, with this accreditation, if it's not working out, what is the plan B type thing? And I thought that's up to the board of regents to decide, board of regents to figure out. We as a governing body, as the arm, I guess I always say like the past couple days here, the arm of the tribe. So for me, those are just my concerns as we move forward. I know the college is doing a great thing. You have a lot of great opportunities here, a lot of great things that our people are taking advantage of. And that's what I want to do is make sure they have the advantage to pursue their education and careers. So again, there's also other people there that also have pursued, again, master's degrees, things that affect, in administration, things that affect. So I guess if they don't understand what the college is, I guess, facing right now, possibility of either shutting down or, suspension, we don't know what that is. So I'm sure the public hearing now, that's probably what's going to happen. They're probably going to get a lot of phone calls about what's going on in jeopardy.
We are not closing.
But no, that's the anticipation of people, so they don't know. They're not aware of it, so they're not going out there. So I'm sure you're out there on the website. Again, too, that's another big thing. But when we are faced with these things, we leave it up to the people who want to be in charge, who rose their hand to say, I'm going to take that responsibility to lead this. So again. And again, I don't, no disrespect to you. I'm glad, you're here, you're doing what you're doing, but I always think that we have people within our own tribe that can actually move forward and be able to lead this type of deal. But at the same time too, they also have to understand what's at stake and what their jobs are to do with stuff, So, those are just my thoughts on what we are facing here, especially with, and I'm glad we have annual report because we wouldn't know all this stuff, There's a lot of other things that probably, again, come up internally, and that's why we have people here that are sitting on those boards so they can relay that information. And we do have it on our agenda, when we do have our regular council meetings that, they report to here about what's going on, I have some concerns. There was a lot of concerns that came up, of course, I didn't want to on social media. I don't listen to social media, but there was some factual stuff that came in that, on my part, but there's a lot of questions I did ask some of my colleagues about it so we can actually figure out how things are moving. But again, I guess my thoughts on the bigger picture was the accreditation part of it. And I was kind of stumped about, how that came about. But again, I always say when I tell my kids, when you talk about something, you have to know the whole aspect of it. You have to know everything from the financials, from the responsibilities, from everything before you relate to somebody else. Because if you don't know, then how are you supposed to fix it, or how are you supposed to help it? You know, because if they say you're supposed to be doing this and you're not doing it, then who's responsible? Because everybody gets paid to do a job, you know, and we all can be best friends and sit over at somebody's house and drink coffee, do what we can, but in reality, it comes down to what's your responsibility. So that responsibility, you have to be able to take charge of it and say, well, I'm going to take this. It's my responsibility to do this. If I made a bad decision, I will own up to it, and I would say, I'm not, you know, we'll see what we can do in a different direction. Maybe somebody else is right. So these are a lot of things that we're facing right now, and I don't see a whole lot of that, you know, responsibility, people taking on responsibility about, you know, the decisions they made, you know, whether it was a good one, whether it was a bad one. You know, of course, we're all going to recognize it, you know, but the bad ones are like, oh no, push it to the side. So those are just my take on it with the accreditation. As far as like, you know, the language part of it, you know, that's something that's been there all the time. It's going to continue to be there no matter what, because again, we know this. So those are just things that I would say that as we move forward with education for our younger generation, that needs to take place. You know, it needs to happen there at Sente West University. My wife's a graduate from there, from a master's degree, and she encourages all our younger generation to go there because it's just right there. It's just right here within the reservation. You don't have to go to Kansas. You don't have to go to North Dakota. You don't have to go to California. It's right here. So those are just my thoughts on how much, I guess, it's needed here for education. And it's rare that our tribe is able to do that. So I'm just making sure that we're able to have that. So, but anyway, I hope I have made some sense, I think, and we can move forward on this stuff, I guess. So thank you for being here. Thank you for doing the report. And
Okay, next one. Okay. Have you said?
Oh, sorry, I'm just gonna respond. I agree. I think it's really important to understand. I know the previous president was in place for over 50 years. When the board had to make a very difficult decision on placing someone in this position, we were not placing me in this position for 50 years, right? We signed a 3-year contract knowing you're going through accreditation and some of the issues that we were already aware of, because I oversaw some of that work when I was with AHAC, and I already was part of Sinte Gleshka through my work with Lower Brule. So we decided on a 3-year contract so that I could come and help with some of this critical work, so that someone that is from this community, look at some of the attacks, right? I'm being defamed and harassed and threatened, and we all knew that was possible, and it happens to many of you. Like, you know, when you get elected to this position, you know that. I'm not an elected official, but I'm getting treated as one. And I think they made the right decision to bring someone that could come and just not have sort of sides or an agenda or a history with any one person, family. I could come, I'm only focused on getting Sinte to a point where, you know, I don't know how to say this. Sinte Gleshka was one of the first tribal colleges and universities, was the most well-known tribal college and university outside of the very first one, Dene College. You had a leader who's ended up putting us on a global status with WinHack, and when people talked about tribal colleges, it was Sinte Gleshka, everyone would know that name, right? Somewhere along the way, with all of the loss and all of the issues we all just talked about, we've gotten to a point where people within your own community doesn't know that Sinte Gleshka exists, or that is here, or that is able to offer options that they didn't think that they had, right? And so my goal and the board's goal was not for you to have me come in and be the next longest serving college president of any president in the history of the United States, right? It is this is the work that I am good at: accreditation, assessment, all of the things that we knew were the greatest need. I could come in, I can do the work, and we can get this behind us. And once accreditation is no longer an issue that we're constantly facing every 10 years, all those other areas that you talked about are going to be almost a moot point, right? Like, if you get to a point where you're not struggling to beg around for accreditation, you're going to be able to have a thriving Lakota Studies department that gets to teach the way you all envision for your people to be taught, right? But if we stay in this struggle mode and we keep fighting over who's in the position and who's not getting credit for something and who's not getting access to do something, or let's focus and complain about what wasn't being done 50 years ago or 10 years ago. Let's just do the work together now in the 3 years, or you only have me for 2 more years, which will probably lead us right through the time of accreditation, right? It's gonna take us another 2, 3 years to get rid of it. Let's just do the work. Let's do it, get it to a point where we don't have to worry about this. This is not where we're constantly talking about, oh, but we are resilient and we survive. No, why isn't the story, look how amazing we are, we're thriving, right? And we're not dealing with all of this other stuff that's dragging us down, in my opinion. And so I'm here to do that, to help you. And we just heard another councilwoman talk about when you need help, you ask for it. I don't think this is a bad thing that the board asked for help from someone who isn't from here. 3 years, come in, help us, so that when a Sichangu person takes this position, they're not gonna have to clean anything up. They're just gonna take y'all to the next second circle of the tribal college movement. I mean, that's how I see it. It could be a positive relationship that we have, and it doesn't have to be a negative one. And hopefully, we get to that point in the 2 years that you have me remaining, that when the next person comes in, they're not cleaning anything up. They're just moving you all forward.
Emily?
Thank you. Permission to sit, read my notes. Sorry, I have some notes. So you actually addressed a lot of what I was gonna address anyway, so thank you for doing that. I didn't know at what level I wanted to address it, because I didn't want to make a big deal or give energy to some of the things without, rehashing everything, but thank you for addressing that. The only thing I will add to that is, I'm somewhat new to the board as well. I came maybe a month or two after she was hired. We all kind of heard about what possibly happened with, the previous election and how this even happened. But what I do want to mention with that is none of that previous stuff should fall on her. She chose to take a job that was offered to her. She did not cause any of that. So I just want to make sure that some of those issues stay separate from the issues that we're talking here and her current seat. She, I felt, said exactly what I wanted to say as far as we are in a transition period. We had a very specific need at that time, is from what I'm told. Again, I didn't make this decision or wasn't part of that decision, but it came down to the point, from my understanding, is we had to pause some of our internal argument type things to say we need to have something to even argue about, right? We have to pause all this internal stuff to say we need to save our university first, make sure we have something to argue about, make sure we have something to fight about, right? So I just wanted to put that out there, like, I believe our people are owed explanation. I believe our people are owed communication. So I will be the first one to apologize for any part that there's negligence on that part, because I have been one that, since I got on this board, have been adamant about acknowledging in order to heal and move forward. Covering it up is not going to help. Feeding into the negative and the gossip is not going to help. But our people are owed the truth, and our people are owed trust building relationship with us. And so that's what I hope we can do to move forward, is acknowledge how we got here and acknowledge where we want to be, and kind of leave the fluff to the side for right now. I'm not saying we'd ignore it. I'm not saying there's not anything, but just find the things that we need to address to move us forward. Something I will say is the timing of communication is important. If we could have addressed some of these things within this last year, without getting compounded by some of the other things that were happening, again, I feel we wouldn't have gotten to as big of a whatever storm was going on. One thing I want to mention, and I know Cindy has her hands up, so she might elaborate on this more, but we also have an amazing ed department. We have an education code. It may not be perfect, but it's there. Many tribes don't even have that foundation to start on. So one thing that I feel like, we were forced into assimilation, we were forced into colonization, and we survived that. That's amazing. But I really feel like we can now take that a step back and reclaim some of who we are as Lakota people. And so to do that, we have to go back to educational sovereignty. And so we've touched on some of these things, but again, I'm just mentioning it because it cannot happen in isolation. It cannot happen just putting all of the responsibility on SGU, or just on the tribe, or just on the council, or just on education. We all have to find our own little responsibility within that overarching theme, and so we can all work toward that common goal. And so I really feel like this was a needed thing. We needed to all come together. We needed to all do this, but we need to continue that and do that more. And I'm not talking about just our committees. Our committees sometimes get the business and everything like that kind of eats up the time, but we really need some visioning. We really need some strategizing, and we need some connection to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we're all working towards the same goal. And we can have pride in that. Lakota Civics course, I think that's something that's coming out here as well. We have amazing resources already within our SGU. I think if we could collaborate and pull that out, we could be able to have a civics course start from the first entrance or the first thought that our families have all the way up to college, and having who they are embedded in them from every aspect. When we're talking about accreditation, specifically, we're talking about Lakota language department. As Lakota people, every aspect of our education that we talk about is Lakota. Our healthcare is Lakota. Our science is Lakota. Lakota knowledge is science. I just want to start with that, elaborate on that. Our educational systems, that's Lakota. So even if, in my opinion, even if we lost accreditation and everything else, as long as we had Lakota studies, we would be able to bring that up. And I'm glad that Erica was able to put that into an area a way that I understand, as far as in someone else's eyes, in someone's non-Lakota eyes, we might not meet a standard. But if we're able to vocalize and put in black and white and show them we have our own standard, that is meaningful. And I feel like that's where we need to get. That might be the gap, that if we close in on taking all of our knowledge, taking all of these things that we've been told don't fit the mold, and show them, hey, we have our own mold. We have it right here, accept it or not, however. But I think that's really where we are. And I just want to mention that, because if we don't include our education department, if we don't include all of our other schools, if we don't include our people, we're cutting ourselves short for all of that. Okay. I know we talked a little bit on the orthography stuff, and so I just don't know if that's something that we could research a little bit, because I think that kind of got stagnant in the point, and then we started talking about language revitalization. We didn't want to cut ourselves out. We just want people to learn the language, right? But at some point, there's that pride aspect of what Lakota is and what that is. And because we've already established that, and because I believe there's a connection from that resolution that established that to a form of protection of that, I think, because some of that came from a non-Lakota or non-Native university trying to get the copyright of our information, and we had to fight for that, and that was a way that we were able to take ownership, again, sovereignty of our own stuff back. So those are just things that I wanted to highlight, and hopefully that we can bring it all back together. Thank you. I'm done. Oh, sorry, if I could get the floor for a film. If no objections, sorry.
To acknowledge the Creator first and foremost, because I'm gonna talk about my ancestors, and then I'm gonna ask for a formal doctorate degree from the president from Sintegalishka University, because I was a former student there at one time. And I came 2 credits close to get my degree. And the date that I want her to remember is September 3rd, 1855, Blue Water Creek Massacre. Nobody knows about that massacre, just like Wounded Knee or other massacres that happened around the United States. But where did Chief Spotted Tail, where did Chief Iron Shell, where did Chief Redleaf, where did they come from? Who are they chief of? The people that got massacred. That's where they came from. And we're here in Rosebud, a lot of these people. We're related to Blue Water Creek Massacre. As I mentioned, I went to school at the college, University of Sintegalishka, Spotted Tail. I almost got my degree. But I was just joking about asking for a doctorate degree.
Well, I was writing it down. Honorary doctorate.
We might get it.
We might get it.
But, the reason that I wanted to ask for the floor was that the massacre that happened, there was a Lieutenant Warren, a topographer, map maker, that took a lot of items from that massacre site and took them out east to Smithsonian, which they were for 170 years. And recently, family members and friends of Colorado we advocated for those things, the items to be returned to Rosebud. So they're sitting over in Ash Hollow State Park in Nebraska. 87 sacred items that are sitting there. And since then, we've been having meetings every month to determine what to do with them, to burn them, to bury them, to return them to family members. So our next meeting is set for December 16th during LNI at the Rapid City Public Library. Karen Littleton is going to be organizing that meeting, but since then, we've had 2 meetings here next door to Annex. But we're going to have meetings for a year or maybe 2 years that we've asked for the museum to keep our stuff there, to claim them or to decide what to do with them. So that's the education part that I wanted to bring up was we have Little Thunders that go to school in St. Francis and Todd County and all over that they don't know about this massacre that happened. So I want them to they come from royalty. I want them to know and honor their ancestors so that they can go into the future and be proud and go to St. Agnes University, get their doctorate or, degrees in history or archaeologist. By the way, I'm a employee of Tribal Historic Preservation Office up here. And I'm also on a treaty council here in Rosebud. So I've been educating myself and all this stuff about how to help my people. I'm 68 years old, and I don't know how long I got left on this earth, but I want my descendants to know who they are so they can know where they're going to go. And I want to thank the officials here, thank my chairwoman, Emily, for getting me the floor and acknowledging. But if I said anything wrong or if I mispronounced anything, I apologize. And, I thank the council for acknowledging this floor. Thank you. Oh, by the way, my name is Philip Little Thunder Sr.
For that doctor.
I forgot something just real quick I wanted to mention. I know Cindy's hands up next. I don't know if she's next, but one of the things that also came from Education Committee that I hope that we can connect on here is the certification for our tribal, our Lakota knowledge keepers and language keepers. We've been talking about that, using that as a way to restore our tribal sovereignty, our educational sovereignty, but we also wanted to use it as a preservation option so that our people that have that knowledge see the value in themselves. We could maybe provide a certification that could provide job opportunities, but it's also a way to help save our language and see that there is such value in that knowledge that they hold. Then there's even the possibility to have like a teaching certificate. What does that look like for being a teacher certified underneath a Lakota standard or Rosebud standard versus the state of South Dakota or something like that? So those are been ongoing conversations from committee that I wanted to elevate to SGU and maybe include them or collaborate with that. Thank you.
Mike, Cindy, Chris, Stan, Totes.
Well, first of all, I'll request the floor for Cindy.
Cindy.
You don't have to use them. It's just
Okay. My name is Cindy Young. I'm the tribal ed director, and I'm here with Rosemary, my assistant director, and I just want to welcome Erica for coming down to the tribal council to do the report, and thank Cheryl and Scott for supporting. And we want to hear from Scott in a little bit here, but it's getting kind of long here, but it's really been nice to hear everything and the report that's going, and I apologize that we weren't here yesterday. We didn't see that it was St. Francis Day was to be here yesterday. We thought it was Friday, and we're short of staff, and I was in meetings, and she was doing Zooms, and we apologize for that. But I just want to welcome you guys here, and I'm glad we're able to have this report, and we welcome that, and we're hoping that this will be on the schedule every year, so that we don't have to try to make it happen, and it don't happen this way, it will happen. Well, that's a message to council, make this this week of the meetings with the chartered entities to be a standing meeting, and that will make everything easier for all of us. Anyway, I just want to let you know that I am alumni. I am a product of St. Francis Mission, St. Francis Indian School. Sinte Gleshka got my bachelor's degree out of with a cohort under Sinte. I left, got another degree, and I came back here to work for my people. I was working in Pine Ridge for 11 years and was asked by one of former council person, come back and help your people. And I did, and I got a master's degree at Sinte for in education administration, which was on my bucket list anyway. And anyway, that for my position. But there's several things I wanted to address that I've been hearing here, is that under the education code that we're responsible, me and Rosemary are responsible for implementing, and we've come a long ways and updating it, and now we're seeing that it needs to be updated more with different things that we're hearing from. Thanks to Emily being on the education committee for the past 3 or 4 or 5 years going, that there are things that we need to add on there. Again, it's an ever growing document, but that we do have one of the things I'm gonna say before I forget is that we do have the responsibility of preserving our language, our Lakota language, and the tribe did pass a resolution in 2012 that the orthography, we developed the orthography. What we did was we took Albert's, the book that Albert has is orthography, and it's not owned by the college. We had this discussion with him, with Lionel. They're both gone now, so I have to remember everything they said. Is that, so we put a team together, and I worked with Phil, and Phil is also supporting some of the things that Emily was talking about trying to reinstate what Cynthia used to certify speakers, and that's something we need to really push and work on, and that's something that we want to do. We want to bring back, we want to work with you on that. But the team that we put together was started with Phil Twigo. Now he's in the Treaty Council, and he left, and we worked with Ivan Sharpfish, and he's gone now too, but he did a lot of the work with the Lakota Studies team, with Russell, Francis, Dwayne, Albert. We worked with all of them. We came together. In our building that we were with at Head Start, now we moved into our other building. But when we were still building the facility there by the hospital, we were having meetings. We had a couple meetings with the school superintendents, and then we finally just started going to St. David. The building wasn't done, but we were able to use it for a meeting place. We went to the college, and Ivan, thanks to Ivan, he did about good 2 years, almost a year and a half of work with Albert and the team there, where we did get the orthography developed. So we do have we do have orthography, and it's been approved from 2012. And I know Lydia does a lot of work, and I'm going to talk about the work she's doing, but I was told that we need to get the orthography, so we got it passed, and it's a group of, I'm not a speaker, so I relied on these experts, and we did get that passed, and it's a version of Albert's orthography from the book that is not owned by the college, it's owned by some other college, but he wanted that to, there were changes that needed to be done to that anyway after he developed it, and that's what this group did all together. They made all the changes that they felt needed to be changed. They changed some of the diacritics and whatnot, so that's what we wish that the college would use, and we've sent that out in past times to the schools. We work with the schools, and so they're acknowledging it. We did have some situations going on with LLC where we had to make some what do you call it? I can't even think of the word I'm getting like he did with the immersion school with Sage. So they requested to use some of the LLC stuff until they could incorporate and get used to the orthography that we're having. So sometimes our staff will say, and other people will say, like Lila did, we use Albert's. It's not Albert's. We use the tribes, which is derived and based on Albert's. But the changes that was made were from the elders, Albert and Dwayne, or not Dwayne. Who's the other guy? Victor, oh my God, I forgot Victor. It was Victor, Victor and Albert who we started to work with, and then we went to the college and started working with everybody there. And so I want everybody to know that. And then we've been working on curriculum guides. Lydia Warren Soldier's been working on curriculum guides. And the work, she didn't finish the work and she came on council and then she came back to finish the work. And then we had a technical breakdown, you know, we're trying to call it. We lost her work. Some of it was retrieved. The IT at the time here, the tribal IT was able to save some of it. So she's been putting that back together. And then we did some maps and sent them out to the schools. For COVID, we couldn't get anything done because of COVID. So after COVID, we got back the information, and then Cheryl came to work for us. And so I had her working with the schools, the Tuck County schools, because the majority of our kids in the Tuck County, we have all the feeder schools. So she's put a team together and they worked on putting back the stuff that was lost there. And so right now it's being edited for the 4th time, trying to get everything put back together the way that it was. At one point, we hired someone, and then they took out the all of our photography stuff out there because of licensing and whatnot. So now that's our last thing we need to do is put those back in there, make it longer. Each of those books is K through 12, and the schools have been some of the teachers there, the Dakota Studies teachers and the regular teachers have drafts. When we made the drafts 3 years ago, and they're using them. But it'll become longer, but they're each about 100 pages or more, almost 150 pages when we get the pictures put back in there. So I just want you guys to know that's going on. And then also the Lisa talked about the college going in recruiting out east into those schools. That's something that we already do. I'll just have to talk to our higher ed coordinator and make sure that she goes out to the east again, because we go to all the schools, the local schools. We go to St. Francis, White River, Flood County, Valentine, and explain to them about higher ed program and how it can help you. And we encourage them to go to Sente or to another tribal school such as Haskell, where it's cheaper for them, because a lot of our kids are going to those real expensive schools and they're not making it, and it's costing a whole bunch of money, and we don't have the money to give it to them. The money that we have has to be shared across, and there's a formula that we have to use. And so it's a burden for the people that try to go, you have to make the loans and stuff. And then our parents are not eligible for parent loans, so it makes it really difficult. So I want to encourage you guys, everybody out there that's listening, to think about going to Sente. That's where I ended up going. I was supposed to be going, I applied to go to Arizona, but I ended up going to Sente. And I got my degree. It took me 5 years. I was had 2 children through the whole time of it. And I have a daughter who graduated from there, so we'll keep that. And she graduated from St. Francis too. So we do have a lot of people out there graduating and going to college at Sente and being successful. I went and got my master's, like I said, and came back to Sente, got another master's. The one other thing I want to talk about, and then Rosemary can add anything if she wants to, but we have put together an intellectual property policy to address some of the things that was talked about today. And at one point, I don't know how many years it's been now, 2 going on 3 years, we were told that the tribe is already working on an intellectual property policy. So we need to look into where that's at, because we did the policy. It's not approved yet because we're waiting for the tribe's input. And so we need to work with Eric to get that completed, because it needs to come from the tribe, not from our department. It has more clout coming from the tribe to be approved by this council. And everything that we do needs to be approved by the council. So we'll be bringing those curriculums to education committee for review, and then on to council for approval. And I could be talking longer and longer. I'll let Rosemary say anything. Do you have anything to say? All right, so I don't know. I just want to thank everybody. And I would like to hear Scott's report now. Because I didn't eat.
Well, I'll gladly get up and let him take this seat. That's how that.
Some people that had questions.
Oh, okay.
Mike, Chris, Stan, and Totes.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. If I can remain seated, I just wanted to state that SGU challenges, you know, are probably typical of other educational institutions in small communities, you know, staff recruitment, staff retention, pay, staff housing, you know, that all has an effect on the courses that you can offer. You know, one of the, and SGU's mission is to meet the educational needs of the reservation, which, and there are many, you know, we talk about them every day. Our need for workforce development, a lack of skilled people, whatnot. So keep that in mind. You know, SGU is I was told one time that Santa Galicia is one of the few Native American colleges in this country that aren't really supported by their tribes in a big way. And over the years, you know, especially us older ones, we know that the relationship between tribal government and SGU has always been arm's length. And there's history to that. But that doesn't matter. That's irrelevant anymore. You know, if we want SGU to survive and thrive, we are going to have to support it the best we can. And the tribe has done a lot. They've given SGU a lot of land, you know, to use and that sort of thing. And recently got included in the budget for a small amount of money, you know. So, and money is hard to come by, I understand that, you know. But I just want us to keep in mind that the university needs your help, you know. We financially we don't have much in terms of an endowment like some educational institutions are fortunate to have. I understand that Pine Ridge has an endowment number of 30, 40, or $50 million. It might even be more than that, something that they've accumulated over the years. And that was due to, you know, the leadership of Tom Shortwell, I'm sure, and with the support of, you know, the government over there. So, and we have some money. Yeah, we have a small endowment, but it's relatively, you know, little or nothing. If we had to rely on that, we'd be broke in 6 months. You know. Keep in mind that anything that the tribe can help SGU with is going to be appreciated, and you have a certain amount of obligation to rise up to the occasion when you can. So, with that, thank you.
Are you done, Mike?
Yep.
Okay. Chris, Stan, Totes.
Good evening, good afternoon. It's nice to have you guys here. Nice to have SGU here. I know over the course of the last 2 years, back whenever former President Herman was our president, we talked about SGU a lot. And you know, it's good to know that we're in better standings. It's good to know that a year later that we're able to take that weight that was carrying us underwater off, or at least find support to hold it up. Yeah. One thing that I was reading on you guys' report that I couldn't find, and I don't know if you guys have it or not. For me, I don't know how to, it's hard for me to talk about a lot of stuff when it comes to SGU because I'm uneducated. I don't have a degree. And so I feel like, a person that does has more merit to talk about SGU than someone like me would. For many reasons, whatever they are. But one thing that I was always curious about was, especially now that I'm getting older, is this idea of what kind of certificates do you guys offer? Like, do you guys offer leadership training certificates? Do you guys do anything like that? Like, in a sense of what I'm trying to explain is like, for tribal leadership, when it comes to, all around, we need to update our constitution, we need to update our laws, we need to update our bylaws, ordinances, and all this and that. And one thing that I always hear in the whispered in the back of the room, because I have big ears, is going back to this idea of being educated to sit on, tribal leadership. And I'm 100% for that. I believe in that. I believe you need a backing for it, and I believe that there's reasoning behind it. And it's funny, it's real hypocritical for me to say that because I don't have one. But yeah, I believe in that. I believe in education. I believe in what we must do to be better equipped to fight the fight of today's world. Because I'm a firm believer the way I was raised was the same way. Actually, I don't know who raised my grandfather, but how he raised me really shows to effect on how I view life. And how that is what we were taught was, 100 years ago, we fought with bows and arrows in our hands. And today it's with the language that we learn from the books from through this education. Education is the way that we fight every single day. And as I get older, the more and more people that share the story that come from spiritual background, spiritual leaders, medicine men, however it may be, they talk about this education. And they talk about no matter what you do in life, and no matter what you learn, you always got to give it back so that it can continue to grow, this idea of education, so that we as a nation can grow. And, education doesn't have to come from a book. You don't have to have your name plastered on a piece of paper. Just say you're educated as long as you're seeking that education, seeking that knowledge. And anyways, so I was curious if SGU provided like a leadership training course if we were to ever go back and switch that rule for our constitution, so that people will have like a backing, or maybe even if they just want to learn it, just a background of like leadership skills, rules. Because I know that within the tribe, everyone's talking about our own. We do have people here that can train our own people here. They've tried to do it with their own council. It's just we're just grown kids. We just get jealous. We get angry. We don't like certain people. You know how it goes. But I still feel like there's an opportunity there for an entire generation to come that can benefit from this idea of knowledge, that if they were to run for a board of regents, run for a board of directors, run for a council, run for a committee, or do their community things, they can have a backing of what a general idea of a leadership looks like through SGU certificates. So I just wanted to ask you.
Yeah. One, I think that's an amazing idea I've seen. So short answer is no, we don't have a specific certification that leads to if someone's going for run for tribal council and specific to this leadership. However, I have seen other tribal colleges with their tribes that charter them work together in a MOA or MOU where they craft what they want that certificate to look like, right? So sitting on council, you would want maybe someone, that is obviously has some knowledge of financial management, or especially with the land mass that you have, having a background in land management and finance and then cultural, and it could be, 6 classes that you think touch on all the needs that someone that sits on council would need to be aware of, and then the college would help work. So this is how I've seen it. The college then creates those courses and that 1 year, certificate program that someone would go to. Then when someone's running, they've changed the bylaws, obviously, when you run for office, you must have this type of degree or at least the certificate of leadership. So we could if the council obviously ever talks about that again in greater depth, Cinte would definitely help you.
Yeah, I like that idea, and not even just for, council, like just in general, like I was saying, like just to have it out there, just to have an opportunity. to
Community
do it here.
reps and.
Yeah, because like say, what if you get people from other, because we do have people from other reservations coming to our school. We have a school in Lower Brule, we have schools in other reservations. To provide this opportunity for the people that wish to do it wherever they're from, so that they can have a backing of it, you know, because I know that we're not the only council in South Dakota or the school. But I just wanted to ask that question and see, you know, what where it was and how, and if not, just to see the idea of getting it started. And last thing I just want to say thank you too for coming.
Stan.
My name is Stan, and I represent Corn Creek. I just want to say I was part of SGU at one time. So
Those heaters, or do you want us to deliver them?
I'm certified electrician, state certified.
Those 2 heaters?
Mitchell Voltech, graduated '89, and that's how I've been doing it ever since. But I did work for the maintenance department at CPA for a number of years, and then I became an instructor there in the vocational department. And I've done that for a number of years up until COVID started. Then I haven't taught each step. And I just went on and done other things. I remember one time one of the students asked me, because I speak fluent, and asked me if I can teach the class in fluent. And I said, well, it's kind of a challenge because back in the day, the TVs didn't have outlet switches. So I talked to Dwayne Allorn was working there with me. I asked him, I said, you'll have to develop your own vocabulary. He says, I'll just draw the line up there. So I can. But I've always been proud of Cinte. I want to see it keep it going, never go down. I'd like to put in the plug for the vocational department if possible. I've started like an auto mechanic class there.
Ooh, yeah.
So, getting the car fixed or truck fixed, I gotta wait 2 weeks.
Yes.
Appointment someplace and so forth. So I see that there's a business that's open right down in Mission, First Glen, big garage center. Maybe the same thing can get that and get some instructors. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. Any more questions? If not, you can continue your report.
I'm going to have Scott come and finish.
Come on, we'll talk for 2 hours. I can talk, but I don't want to repeat anything that she's already talked about, so I'll just go over the programs that I have oversight over.
Is your question for her?
Is it for me or?
I was just going to mention it while they're transitioning. Yesterday in our discussion, we also had identified a need for trainings and things like that. And it came up that, well, we have an educational institution. So I just wanted to put it on the radar that along with some of the vocational trainings that we mentioned earlier, there was also the need for finding some of our local experts that are kind of tapped out. You know, we have them there and there and let them kind of train the trainer or help them be a teacher and develop some of these things. The only thing I wanted to add was the one yesterday about furnace repairs and something like that. So I just feel like if there's a way that we can connect the dots between the university, providing curriculum and training opportunities with the entities and departments that have those staff. Thank you.
Hey, can everybody see me?
Could you stand up, please?
I'm standing up. I just like to say, thanks for coming down here. I was kind of excited about coming down here because when I went to the university out there, I had to learn a new job and it gave me time to reflect on what the kind of needs that the council, the tribe needed as far as jobs and workforce. And so I took all that experience and went over there. And once you're out of this office here, you kind of get a chance to reflect on what you could have done better and some of the things that you should have done, but you didn't do. So I think it's kind of a really good break for me to use my experience to go over there and do what we need to do for the university and continue the work as far as providing a workforce for our workforce training for our people out there and their needs. I did go into the position with a lot of energy. I went and went through all the programs all the grant programs that were under Travel Nation Building and Community Development. We have a few USDA grants that we have, like the extension grants. I gave you two different reports here. One was for you. The other one was for what I gave to the HLC team when they came down here and did their interviews for accreditation. So what I did with the one for the HLC is I put everything that was under me, all the activity that we had done, that I made sure that it aligned with our mission statement and the criteria that we're supposed to meet for accreditation to HLC. So that's kind of more detailed. In the back of this report right here, I did put a copy of all the criterion that we have to meet, and it's actually 5 criterion. I think maybe the last one, institutional effectiveness, was left out, but that's besides the point. Right now, we have a lot of programs that I have oversight over, and I listed it on this one here. I have we have a Native American Agricultural Fund grant that's basically we do cultural and traditional arts revitalization with that, and I aligned that with what we're doing. The person that runs that program is Medor DeVille. He's our coordinator for that position, and he's been really doing a really good job with that as far as making, we had a few harvests as far as buffalo, and we put the cultural aspect to it as far as butchering it and making sure that the right people are there to teach what part and what we do with the buffalo as far as traditionally. We have an extension program, USDA extension program, which is basically our greenhouse, and what we do with our greenhouse. And we have a very qualified person. He has a PhD in horticulture from Purdue, and we had the opportunity to pick him up. He's done a really good job as far as revitalizing that greenhouse and fixing it up to make it usable again. And we had quite a good showing as far as our first sale, as far as plants and people coming from the public coming down there and buying their plants and stuff from the greenhouse. But all these programs go under nation building and community development. We work with our communities. We work with the tribal council. We work with all the entities on tribal education as far as what we need to do there to create jobs. We had a visit from St. Francis Indian School. You were talking about them earlier, about them coming and asking for our help as far as going over and talking to their students and talking to their teachers and doing more recruiting as far as recruiting more teachers. And so we all know that there's a teacher shortage, and we all know that teaching is probably one of the hardest jobs you probably can have. It's a stressful job. It's hard. It requires a lot of time away from your families. And so a lot of people just don't want to do it anymore. And so we're having a hard time getting students to be teachers. And so we're going to start a recruiting effort with St. Francis and the other schools. And we go in there and talk about maybe to the student body about becoming teachers. And so we're starting to do that. The other thing I got in my report was basically all the programs that are under me. I use artifacts as far as evidence to show some of the things that we're doing out there, but I didn't put everything in there. And so what's required for HLC and our assessments and our data gathering as far as what we do there, we tend to keep all the artifacts, all the evidence of what we got going on out there. So that's being done, and I don't think it's been really collected in the past, but it's being done now. So when I got to the university, I noticed that a lot of these USDA grants and some of the grants that were they were kind of at a standstill. They didn't have the jobs that were supposed to be hired for those grants, to be able to make those grants active and to be able to meet those deliverables for that grant, it just wasn't being done. So, Colette Keith, she was the executive vice president there, and she was acting president for a while. We gathered a team and worked on it together. How can we make these active? We need to get these jobs open and advertise and fill these positions so we can do what we need to do with these grants. So, for your information, university is 85% grant funded. The others funded by student tuition, donations, whatever other type of revenue we get in. So it's very important that we do keep those grants, and we do what we need to do with those grants as far as being accountable for the deliverables as far as what we're supposed to do. So the only one that when the president's initiatives came out as far as there's executive orders to get rid of the Department of Education and to give this DEI initiative stuff came up that he didn't want any grants to have any kind of DEI information into it. It only affected one of our programs, and that's the one that we came over and we asked for money last year to continue our equine therapy. It's called Tawahi Glukanipi, and we did get that, and we did get the grant back, so we did put it into extra services. So the money that you guys had given us from the tribe was put to good use. I mean, it got us to be able to hire more people to provide those services that we're providing. So this year we was worried about it again because we got a letter from the funding source. It's SAMHSA funded. We got a letter saying that we needed to redo our grant narrative, basically saying that we needed to take all that DEI language out of there. It stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So anything with that kind of language in there had to be taken out. So we redid the grant narrative. Marlise is the director of Tawahi Glukanipi Equine Therapy Program. She was very worried about being able to not having jobs for her people, not being able to provide that service because it's such a service that is needed for mental health and physical therapy as far as what we do with our equine therapy. So what we did is we did the narrative and we sent it in and we crossed our fingers. And so meanwhile, we came over here to budget and finance and we asked them to basically fund us again. And so I don't think they had the funding to do it. So we were fortunate enough to get the grant again for this year. So as long as we're doing what we're supposed to be doing with it and making sure we're spending it right, we should be able to qualify for next year's too. So those are a lot of things that my main job is to be able to identify needs from the tribe, what they need, and create classes over there to teach them how to do that and to provide that workforce out there. We talked earlier about trade schools, and we do, from that last storm we had back in 23 or 22 or whenever that was, 21, we found out that real fast that we didn't have HVAC people that didn't know how to fix furnaces, are not enough. We didn't have electricians, we didn't have plumbers. At that time, there was probably about 40% of our houses that were froze up and broken pipes, and we didn't even get to fix those until probably in June. We started making a dent and getting everybody's pipes and sewer lines and everything else that they needed to be fixed done. So we was lucky we had a lot of ARPA money left over, so we prioritized that money, made sure they go into all those emergency needs, and then we got most of those people that back on track with their furnaces and their heatings and their plumbing. But my point is that we are starting to look towards more vocational type classes out there. We have identified like maybe even having basic classes in web design, GIS are the ones that the 911 people do up there. We don't have any people that are actually certified through anything. They learned it on themselves and we're hiring them. So there's a lot of need out there, but we just need to identify it and find the people to teach it.
Scott?
And yeah.
I have something for you.
Yeah.
When Ted Hamilton was still here, he was, and before I came back over here. He was working with me at the animal clinic, and Iowa State University and RAVS were working with him for us to have a vet tech certification that would be through Synthetic Stuff. Because wherever Ted came from, they had the same program, and they would provide the vets, and the courses could be taken at SGU. Their labs could be done over at the animal clinic. So I don't know if you're aware of that, but that's an option that was offered from Iowa State to collaborate with SGU, the way they did with, where did Ted come from? Lower Grove? Oh,
He's from Porcupine.
yeah. And so we were working on that. Dr. Jane was taking the lead in it, and then we lost him, but it continued with the people at RAVS and Iowa State through their vet tech and veterinarian program. So that still in the future here can be an option to be taught at SGU during some of the fairs at St. Francis. We had introduced our program to the kids there that were interested in becoming vet techs, but it's not just a vet tech program. It expands into other things, like with law enforcement, when you're training the dogs, comfort care dogs, things like that. There's a lot, it's very expansive, and we handed a lot of that information out to the students at St. Francis, and they were very interested in becoming vet techs or one of the other specialty categories that fell under that. And also it would be for farmers and ranchers to take courses, ranchers to take courses to work with their cattle and horses. So I just want to mention that to you if you're interested. I still have all the information on it.
Sure, we're interested in anything that the people out there that are interested in. If we have a need for it, we would sure be interested in doing some type of classes to teach those things.
Yeah.
But there's a process to doing it. We have to get it approved by HLC, and there's a process to be able to
At that
offer
time,
the credits for it, or certification for it as well. So.
yeah, at that time there were inquiries by, I don't know how you guys do it at SG, but there were inquiries made to see if there was interest, and at that point in time, there was.
Yeah, I think there is, and I've only been in there for a year, and I've been really hustling as far as making these grants active again and providing stuff out there. If you look on the Facebook site of SGU, you will see all the stuff that's going on out there. And there is a whole ton of stuff going out there. You just got to be a part of it. And that's a lot of community development stuff, working with the community. We are working with the tribe to be able to set up some type of career fair and for the students. And we were talking about that earlier, and that's going to happen in January, the first part of January. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna get it done. But otherwise, I went in there. We tried to revitalize these programs, get them going, and I think we're doing a very good job at doing that. Sometimes the transition period of the leadership still pops up, and people want to do it their way or how it used to be done, and it's not necessarily been. We can do it that way anymore. We got new leadership, new direction, and we try to be the best team that we can be to move the university forward. So that's kind of what we've been doing out there. Tribal nation building is a tough thing, because if you think about it, everything falls under tribal nation building or community development. If there's a problem, they say tribal nation building. We'll give it to them. So I'm glad to do that, because every hard situation you get, it's a learning experience for me too. And maybe I might not do it right, but it's still a learning experience. So, Emily, do you have a question?
Yeah, Emily, thank you. Real quick, so I just wanted to know if you wanted to update council on anything regarding the Indiana land. I know as a council rep and new to the board, I just learned that you was gifted this amazing plot of land that has a lot of rich history and a lot of opportunity on it. The reason why I bring it up is because when we met with the couple who gifted the land to SGU just recently, they were really looking forward to what the tribe's plans were for the future, not the tribe, the university's plans were for the future on it. And one of the things that was discussed at that meeting was using it as an off-site, very remote off-site outdoor campus. Maybe we look at things with science or agriculture or land management or even nursing and healthcare, like business. There was a lot of opportunities to use that as maybe an outdoor campus. There's also facility there to maybe use it as a retreat location to get us, off grid, to get us to connect, to plan, to strategize, something like that. But I just wanted to throw that out there because I think it was kind of, not necessarily a secret, but not a well-known fact. And so I just think that something like that is important to take pride in and as a people and show that there are such amazing allies out there who are out there, working on our behalf, really promoting our university, promoting our Lakota culture and lifeways in a really meaningful, good way that we often don't even realize is happening. So I just wanted to kind of touch on that. Please do. But if not,
We had a couple, the couple's name is his name is Larry Gillen and his wife is, they're married, but I don't know why they go by different names, but Helen Vasquez, and they live down by Paoli, Indiana. And they live on a 160 acre piece of land. 29 acres of that is used for gardening and farming. And they really involve the community as far as their harvesting, their planting, and they also have interns from other parts of other universities that go there during the summer and they spend like 2 or 3 weeks there and then they're gone and they have them in and out of there. But it's almost totally off grid. They have solar that runs their electricity. They have 2 big Tesla batteries that run the whole thing. They very seldom even buy electricity or they have to turn it on. They have it's called the crossing because you have to go across the little creek to get to there. In the summertime, it's really easy to get there, but they have this old rickety bridge that they needed some improvements on it. So they're working on that. Hopefully they'll get it done here fairly quickly as far as repairing the bridge, because that's the only way in there and out of there in the wintertime and when it's raining really in the springtime. So, but yeah, they gifted this land. They were just down here and on November 19th, I think it was 20th, they came down and they visited with the Board of Regents on what their plans are for it, because after 5 years of gifting it to us, we're supposed to take over management of that. So
We're almost at that 5 year.
yeah, we are at that, and I've developed kind of a budget for it and kind of what we want to do with it, and I just need to give it to the Board of Regents for approval so they can fund it and we can keep things going down there. Our guy that we hired for our greenhouse manager, he's also teaching classes in horticulture. He's going to actually go down and manage that and actually still teach classes online here and be able to teach interns here and down there to basically run greenhouses and food sovereignty type of activities. So
We have Mr. Yellowhorse that wants the floor.
Hey, yo.
No, Royal.
Yeah. So like, looking at this, Tribal Nation building and community development, I know, looking at past SGU, areas, there, Lanao used to have a Medicine Man's Association, and he had a bunch of recordings, archives, with the information that the SGU had.
There it is.
I wonder if those still available, travel programs can get into those archives, maybe look at the menu. Dwayne, I worked with him before getting on here, but we're wondering if those are still available. They still have that stuff.
they probably have them somewhere. I'm gonna be upfront with you guys. I'm not sure if they have them over at the Sichungo Heritage Center or if they store them over there or not, but that's probably the place that we need to do. When I was on council and then when I was a part of the administration, the council used to talk a lot about developing a clearinghouse for all this information, for education information, so we can create a clearinghouse where we can go to get data to be able to apply for grants or whatever we need it for. And so we don't have that out there. And I think I mentioned it to the president, Erica, about maybe developing a clearinghouse out there. One of the Dakota Studies teachers over there was talking about having a clearinghouse for just for that too. And so we're talking about it, and we're not just going to talk about it and wear it out. We're going to actually take some action on it. So that's a plan to do that. We want to develop a clearinghouse and get something done. So
Would you guys still be interested in that Medicine Man's Association? I think, I believe they budgeted for pay these medicine men to collaborate, come together, and I think that was in a charter bylaws and stuff for.
yeah, that's a possibility. We can always use the help out there. You know, at one time I was working at the high school as a dean of students, and it's a really hard job. They have you where you have to deal with all the discipline. So you get all the discipline, and pretty soon you get kind of depressed, thinking that all these kids are really struggle to get through school for some type of problems. I had an elder come in, and he said to me, he said, you know, we don't have these kind of problems at our school. And he was talking about Wind River Reservation, Wyoming Indian School. And he says, you know how we did it? He said, we brought spirituality back into the classroom. He said, and everything we do, we include our spirituality in it. So we have almost no behavior problems, no discipline problems. So that's a good thing that we can probably use these medicine men organization to be able to help us do something like that. So.
Yeah, I wanted to kind of get rid of that, thinking that medicine man is a religion, but it was something that we look at IHS, we look at hospital, we look at the way Western medicine, and we look at how 100 years ago we doctored ourselves, and these medicine men were just kind of people like people went to get healing and guidance and all this. But then on another note, switching gears, when you chaired education committee, I was here, and yesterday we spoke with St. Francis, and we talked about PIE, and we talked about Pat County, and there's a term called LEA status. And then with that LEA status, we're able to receive impact aid funding. Pathways. And I remember my daughter, she went through maintenance, and then we went, I don't know if you was on that trip, but so impact aid is head count of children, and I know you sat on the South Dakota Board of Education, and we look at asking them, there was policy, federal policy that needs to be amended for the impact aid. So I remember going to DC with you, and I remember going into those offices. Christine O was the house rep, and then we had Thune and these different ones. But when we went in there, you asked for funding for schools, and then I can't remember which other areas, but having that discussion to repeal federal policy as far as who gives LEA status to public private schools, and we're saying it's a federal law, so I'm wanting to ask them to go into those federal policies, and also trying to repeal NASDA and HUD. But I know that all of that, it's a process, and I remember Hill visits, you're getting the funding, and talking about how, like Chris was mentioning, teaching students how to do that, as far as, repealing, addressing the federal senators, House reps. Because I think he was successful in getting money for, HEDOG and, Rosebud, and having that, government, consultation, even looking into consultation, because Scott Weston, he mentioned that, yeah, you could sign your name, but they'll call it consultation. But in that area, knowing, government, tribal government, and then, having that teaching, what needs to be done and what needs to be drafted. I know when I went to the Hill with Harold Frazier and Scott Weston, they had a folder of their needs, and then they would hand it to Rollins, and he would give it to his people, and then. But anyway, long story short, you know that that area of lobbying and also this impact aid and education, and then knowing the grants that come from. I know Scott Weston also mentioned that they got a grant in Pine Ridge where cattle, Indian cattle operators who raise cows or buffalo, they can take it and process it and give it to the tribal members for free. You just have to give your tribal ID. So there was a federal grant there for Pine Ridge to do that. Scott Weston mentioned that. He said, just once you take your tribal ID to Pine Ridge, he'll give you some processed food. I don't know if he is aware of anything like that. Just wanted to make those comments.
Yeah. Lila?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just kind of going through your report and everything, but I'm really learning that, how far our chartered entities drifted away from this body. And I really think that we need to rein in our charter entities because we need their help. We need their help, and they're doing some amazing things. I mean, amazing. And we need to know those things. We need to know, hey, you know what, tribe, this is what we're doing. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think that the tribe or the chartered agencies should still check in with our administration, our president. Mr. Bordo was a very, he had a dominant personality. But that's how he got things done all over the world. And, nila kota hanta, you're gonna think about things. Lakotas don't rush. They don't. And I'm gonna say it again. And please remember this. The hub and the basis of this college was based on that truth. If you guys don't know it, and if your people that you work with don't know it, they better learn. Because that is how this college became so successful. Walking with that prayer is very important. And, we have people out there. And just like, Russell said, he was a real vital part of Lakota studies. And there's a word and a term that I want you to kind of think about. Look it up and, however, but think about it. And my mother, her Lakota name is Ikjewin, common woman. That's what her Lakota name was. And, you know, our people, they're, when you open the doors, they'll come and help. You know, Lionel really worked with the communities. He opened those doors, and that's what SGU still has to continue to do, because our generation is different now. Our culture is like floating somewhere. And I'm like, Rosebud used to do all that. We were the ones. It was us who ran everything. And sometimes you're gonna run into that, the dominant personality, but some of that comes with to get things done. So you were picked. You guys were chosen to do these jobs. Scott has a lot of experience, you know, he knows how I am. I carry on about that, but you know, I'm really glad that you know, all this stuff is getting done. And you know, we're so busy here. We have such a big agenda in dealing with, you know, what we have to do with DC, trying to take care of our people. What do you guys think about? How can you help us with homelessness? You know, you guys are highly educated, very highly educated. So how can you help us or give us some suggestions about how we can deal with homelessness and how we can combat that? Can you give us some information, like something informative to us that, you know, even, you know, write it, just give it to us. Yeah, because I welcome those things, because it's really tough. You know, we're faced with a lot of tough things, just like you guys, but we're not going to get anywhere if we don't admit that we need help or we don't ask for it. You know, we're a proud people, and we don't like to come out of that zone, because, you know, it's just how we are, you know. And we're very territorial too, as well, because of our knowledge. Our knowledge is sacred, and our knowledge here is what's going to carry us on. And I really want to emphasize something too, where they used to have classes that were, it was called the Lakota Wia, and then it was called the Wichasha. Auntie Neola did one. I think my Uncle Dwayne or Uncle Victor, one of them might have did the other. But those things are the basis, and the common is to have that etiquette. The etiquette of Lakota. Your mother knows, Aunt Lydia, she knows that stuff. And so I want us to carry that, because, you know, at Oglala, they have a program for leadership, just for themselves. So they have to have the degree, and then they can go on and get a degree in this arena. And I think that's really powerful. And we can do that too, you know. We're really going in a different way, where the education and giving us what we need to help you. We need to help you guys, and you guys in turn help us. And we have to we gotta quit being stubborn. We have to quit, you know, doing that, because back then, you know, if someone was like that, they just left you, you know, and, you know, say, hey, you know, wait, you know, but those are lessons in Lakota where, you know, they'll just leave you. And gee, you get up and I'll be running, you know. And I always talk about that too, about watching your mind, be strong through everything, and find out, you know, what it is we can do, because we have these medicine men
Some of them are young, but you know, they'll come and they'll help you. You just have to, you know, reach out to them. Lionel did that. He worked with them and he opened that door. It's kind of like, to me, I look at it as like a little secret space where only we can do that. And the Wichasha, the men are the ones who do that. They're the ones who, you know, go in there and they talk about all this stuff. And us, we're to support you. And it's really a powerful thing to see our young people get their degree. Really powerful. Man, in this tribe, we need to really open that door and say, hey, you know, gee, and when the college, look at how many graduate. I mean, that's so huge. And that is success to me because we need the help. We're, all the entities that came, it's kind of a common thing that we're battling. It's homelessness and it's meth. You know, we don't talk about those things because it's taboo. In Lakota way, it's taboo. But we need the spiritual help to keep that away from this good stuff and to help us because they will. So we can do what we have to do for these young ones. And I think that career fair, those career fairs are really a good idea. You know, open those doors and we got a lot of graduates, really smart kids, really amazing. And, you know, even the babies, they can do a phone, you know. Little iPad, my granddaughter, she's 4, has an iPad and she's all over and I'm just like blown away. So imagine what those guys, our grandkids got, what's going to happen. So, you know, just to remember, you know, go around and talk to our elders and these ones, like, you know, he said, when we bury a Lakota speaker, it just rips me because that's our language. That is one of us. And I remember they said Trump made a comment about, oh, they don't look like Indians, you know, whatever he's talking about. But we're in that war for our identity. And the more that we stick close to our way of life, and like these buffalo, when you're having those are really becoming bigger when we, you know, get buffalo meat. So I really thank you guys for all the hard work that you're doing. And I know, Scott, you jumped, you know, into this and had to run with it. But I really see amazing things happening. And, you know, we just got to get better at communication. And, you know, maybe checking in with, you know, giving just a report to her or come visit. There's nothing wrong with that. So opening and keeping it like that because, you know, I always read mission statements. I always read those. And, you know, there's the university mission statement. It says, Siteglishka University of the Sichangu Oyate builds a healthy, resilient tribal nation through Wola Kota, self-determination, lifelong learning, and visionary leadership. That's pretty powerful. And I just see all these people just reading this, you know, that are doing the work. If we need policy change, you know, Emily's really good with that. She knows all that. You know, everyone here has a skill. But I really want to stay focused and encourage in how are we going to build Wola Kota, the Lakota, how are we going to build it with our guidelines, everything. How are we going to keep that sacred? That is what I'm thinking in the back of my head because we got to have that. And I'm so glad that it's still here. But, you know, kind of learning those words and we have to be strong-minded if we're going to keep what we have. And money,
we started helping, we gave some money, so that's a positive thing. And, maybe I'll come over and see some of this sometime, So I thank you guys. This is a lot of work you've been doing. So, with that, I'd like to approve their report when everybody's done.
I want to say something in closing. If you look at that mission statement, and that's the first thing that could be all over, everywhere, at university, when you go out there, you should be able to identify what their mission statement is. Last summer, we hired a college access liaison, and it's for the New Beginnings program, and it's a shared grant through SDSU and SGU. And basically, the job is to recruit students to come to university, SGU, and then eventually end up over at SDSU, Division I school. And so what she did is she went out, the first thing she did is she went out and she put out all these interviews. She's given interviews to all these students who are still trying to pursue a degree or graduated from there. And so there was a lot of participants that did that, and it was posted on our website. And if you look at those, and I put a few of them in here about their choices to go to SGU. And if you look at that, all their explanations and their stories, their pathway stories, as far as how they made the choice to go to SGU, it aligns exactly with our mission statement. So there's some pretty powerful words in these stories. So if you get a chance to read them, there's a lot more online. If you get on the website, there's a lot more on there. So I did share these with the HLC team and say, hey, this is our evidence that we are aligned with our mission statement, and we're doing what we're supposed to be doing out here at SGU. So, and about losing the hub of our university, the Dakota Studies Department, that will never happen. That will never happen. That's going to continue our hub. That's what our mission statement says, that we have to do this, and that is our hub of the university. So that will never go away. But otherwise, thank you guys for letting me talk a little bit today, and it's good to be back in here. You guys talk for hours.
You haven't made a motion yet.
Lila, you want to restate your motion because it didn't have a second and died?
Oh, I'd like to motion to approve the annual report of the St. Douglas University.
Need a second?
Second.
Mike, question?
Yes.
Bill, all in favor?
You have it.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, council. Thank you, SGU. Thank you, Mr. Mead. Are we adjourned, Madam Chair? There's no meeting tomorrow. We're adjourning. We're done now.
I need to make a motion, sorry, I almost forgot. There's a strategic planning from St. Francis Indian School that we can go to during L&I, so I need to make a motion for that. St. Francis Indian School strategic planning meeting. 16 to the
Need a second? Anybody hear Lila's motion? She needs a second to it. Repeat it, Lila.
What's the second? What's your motion?
I will.
I think she's approving travel for L&I or something.
Yeah, it's St. Francis Indian School strategic planning that they have from the 16th to the 19th. And I usually go in and support from education.
Yeah, second.
Second, Chris? Question? Emily, all in favor? Royal?
You have it.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Meeting adjourned. I don't have my tape. I don't have my ballot.